Hello, everyone. How we doing? How's life going? How is the world in the big city, as we say? It is Saturday night. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. Welcome to the channel. You can listen to the soothing tones from our dear friend Pretzel Rocks. How we doing? How we doing? I am doing well. I'm also very full. Dinner was very good. I experimented tonight. Tonight was an experimental night. And I did lamb ribs low and slow on the grill. It was very good. Perfectly done. Perfectly cooked. It was, however, not something that I will probably repeat, purely because of the meat to fat ratio. There was way too much fat for those to really, for the price to be worth it, kind of thing. You know, sometimes it's not so much time or effort, it really comes down to things like price. But how are you doing? How's other people's Saturday nights going? How are things? Oh, also, I have to tell you a story about how I was restrained last night and did not get up all up in these guys' comments and be, rip these youngins a new one. They deserved it, but I did not, and therefore I deserved a cookie. I mean, I still deserve cookies because I think I should always deserve a cookie, but in this particular case, I extra deserved a cookie. Also, let me know if the music is too loud. I'm still figuring out this pretzel thing. I think it works pretty well, but Thank you, Faye. Thank you for appreciating me and my cookies. I'm glad you're here joining me in world building, and you should also, chill. So this whole story, I should tell this story, and then we'll get into the campaign world building, and it'll be a thing. So, last night, I was on Instagram, and this guy, you know how sometimes like your Instagram feed is just random people that you don't know, and you're like, okay, fine, whatever. Sometimes I'll look at them, sometimes I won't, and be like, whatever, am I in the mood? But last night, I was recovering from an asthma attack, so I was perhaps slightly more medicated than I should have been. Or I was more medicated than most people would have been. And my inhibitions were perhaps lowered. And so I'm like, okay, whatever, I'll check this guy out, whatever. It's this vid, whatever, it's not long. And I let it play. And it's this guy who I don't know, I don't follow, just random popped up in my feed. And he's talking, and I'm going to assume, so first thing you need to know is that he is a young 20-something, under the age of 25, right? Under the age of 25. I am significantly older than he is, so that's number one. Number two, I'm going to guess that he's gay, because it kind of the vibe he gave off, and he didn't specifically state otherwise, but I wasn't going to go into his profile and he might be some other member of the rainbow, but he's rainbow inclined. But he is definitely white, young, and the gay will come important later. But right now he's white, young, and male. These are three very important points here. And he's in his car, and he's videoing himself in his car talking about an event that he just experienced shortly before he turned on the video inside the Target, right? Okay, first of all, he's at the Target. Never a problem. I love shopping at Target. Great place to shop. But he's young, possibly attractive if you're into that kind of beach bro kind of look. That's some, whatever. And he's talking about how he was so upset that this woman, he was in the Target, right? And this woman, he walked up to her and he said, "Oh my God, I love you." It's like, "I really like your shirt." That's what he said. And she turned around and said, "Thanks, that's why I bought it." And he and every other person in the comments was like, "Oh my god, she was so rude. Why didn't she give him like a thank you? How could she be like that? She's such a Karen. She's such a horrible person." All of these things. And I'm like, no, I bet you she's my age or older, and we were all, we all experienced the really shitty, um, guys hitting on you who, have really bad pickup lines. Like, one of the big ones is, "I like your shirt. I'd like even more if it was off you on the floor." And the response that we've all been taught is, "Thanks, that's why I bought it." So, guy, you don't know her. You're a random dude who walked up to her in a Target. How does she not know that you're a creep? You know? And based on your entire persona, she should just intuit the fact that you're gay instead of just some random weirdo dude who walked up to her in Target. But I restrained myself and did not jump in this guy's comments to rip him and everyone else in this comment a new one. So I deserve cookies. That is why I deserve cookies. But we're here to discuss D&D, which is always more entertaining at times. Although I almost want to make an NPC of this asshole just to put in front of my players, so that my players have to deal with this kind of level of pretentious asshole that, people are a problem, and acknowledge the fact that sometimes these people, I'd be really interested to see what my players would do to that kind of character. But I think last time we did this, so the whole bit about this is my plan to run a high level, epic level D&D campaign. And because one of the things you get in D&D, and there are very few games where you end up playing, high level, right? Very rarely do you go all the way to level 20. Most of my experience with D&D 5e has kind of capped out about around level 7, maybe level 10 if we're doing like a one-shot and the DM is like, "Hey, we're gonna create level 10 characters." So I haven't seen a lot of how high level is played. And I wrote a high level adventure. A tier 3 level adventure for Adventurers League. You can find it on DM's Guild. I am still mostly happy with it. Most of the comments on that are okay. I guess I should show you. Let me show you what I mean. Because anyways, we'll come back to that. But but I haven't played. Yeah, you start at 3 or 5, you skip level 1. I've very rarely seen... I played in one game, Shattered Eye, where we started at level 1. Actually, we started pre-stream at level, with a DCC, Dungeon Crawl Classics, so that we started with level 0 characters, and that was our, session 0, and then when we started streaming, we started at level 1. That game unfortunately ran into scheduling issues and had to stop at level 5 or 6. 5. Level 5. I had just just finished level 5. But most games people who run or stream D&D pick up at level 3, because that's when you get your archetype. Right? You start personalizing your character. It's not just like the basic things you get with a level 1 character. And then you kind of go into level 7, and that's where most games that I've seen kind of stop. I'm not talking about Critical Role because that's an anomaly. on so many levels. That's an extreme anomaly. And then you have a couple other campaigns that I can think of that are very, very high, that have gone for a very long time and end up at high level. But not, I haven't played myself. Yeah, Steven, yeah, you're right, Steven. 5 to 6 where most of the level, games have kind of fizzled, and I don't know whether that's because of gameplay or just scheduling that I've seen. Sometimes I think it's scheduling, sometimes I think it's gameplay. But I've experienced a lot of I have questions as a GM about the way in which high level gameplay works in 5th edition. And that's why I really want to run this as a high level campaign. I want to start at level 14 and then take the players from level 14 to level 18, probably. Maybe level 20, depending on how many sessions we have and if the players are really into it at that point with the story, and that's where we're going to go. But I want to start there, and I want to start with the players as quasi-retired. So they have been, because you stop and think about it, right? If we look at a high level character, right? Let's look at a high level character. So this is my D&D Beyond, thanks. Hi. Collections, characters. So if we start with look at a high level character, and I built one a little last time to kind of mess with. Actually, no, we can look at Visaria, who's one of my favorite characters. I played her in Jonathan Fry's May Black Roses Bloom campaign. And she is a Vistani bard. So she's a human bard variant. She's a lore bard. But let's look at what she can do at level 14, right? Wow. Faye was saying that he played a 5e game to level 20 that just ended a couple months ago after approximately 3 years. Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a while. And many classes, archetypes, but the thing is they don't end at level 14, but there's some interesting things that don't happen after level 14, right? So, let's look at Visaria. Okay? She was not strong, but she was dexterous as hell, and she had all of the charisma points. And I also rolled I gave her proficiency in acrobatics, and just, that's why she was really good at what she did. She also had a god-level passive perception, because I took a feat, right? Didn't I take a feat? Features and traits. I took a feat. Jack of all trades, expertise, bonus proficiency, guard words. Oh, I took observant. That's what I did. I gave her observant. So she added, she has a +5, she increased her wisdom by 1. She added a +5 to all of her wisdom skills, which made her passive perception 23, a passive investigation of 23, and a passive insight at 23. She was broken in that level, but it was fun. But okay, let's talk about what she could do. She has a +12 to acrobatics. Fine, whatever. She has a +15 to charisma, performance, persuasion, and a +13 to insight. She is here to play, right? But you stop and think about it, it's okay, so she's a level 14 lore bard. Faye says, I had 3 characters in that campaign. Oh, the one that we went to 20. 2 of them retired. The third, a Kinder Bloodhunter of all things, started at level 11. I mean, yeah, so you started at 11 and then went to 20, so you only leveled that character 9 levels, but you leveled the other 2 to a certain point. But, okay, so let's think about what she can do, right? She has 7th level spells. She has... How many spell slots does she have at 7th level? She has 1 spell slot at 7th level, but she has 1 at 6th, 2 at 5th, 3 at 4th, 3 at 3rd, 3 at 2nd, 4 at 1st, and she has, So she has 4 first level spell slots. Bane, Charm Person, Hellish Rebuke, Silent Image, and Sleep. Okay. But she has 7th level spells, right? And she can upcast Bane, Bestow Curse, Charm, Counterspell, Hellish Rebuke, Mass Suggestion. Think about this, right? You're a bard with Mass Suggestion and a 7th level spell. Its duration is 24 hours. And a 60-foot range. And you have to roll above an 8. Like, an NPC would have to roll above an 18 to beat her spell casting. For a wisdom saving throw for both her Mass Suggestion and Modified Memory if she casts it at 7th level. Which is just, why would you? You just are massive. Vampiric Touch will do a +10 to your spell casting, and 7d6. Hey, crit. So, a 14th level character, as a 14th level character, she can literally cause a Mass Suggestion to... Well, let's see what happens. Okay, so Mass Suggestion. And however, when you cast the spell using a 7th level spell slot, the duration is 10 days. Alright? Stop and think about that. Your Mass Suggestion that she can cast is 10 days. For a 60... And it's what? A 60-foot range? And each target... You suggest a course of activity limited to a sentence or 2. So it's a sentence or 2, not a single... it's not a single word like command. It's a sentence or 2. You can give them a suggestion. And magically influence up to 12 creatures of your choice that you can see within range. So 12 people that you can... And it's creatures, so it's any type of being in D&D. And, you can't ask it to cause itself harm. Fine. But you would have to be... And it has to sound reasonable. And each creature has to make a wisdom saving throw. So stop and think about that. A 14th level bard could walk into a town, stand in the town square, and pick out the 12 most powerful people in this town, and in the middle of their performance, make them do the electric slide for 10 days. Or make them sign over all of the authority and, power to the bard for, in that 10-day period. You as a character have a lot of power to affect the world around you. Even if you... because this was made Black Roses Bloom, so I did not give her any healing word or anything because she... Dawn didn't want magical healing in that game, which made sense. It was a great game. And so, okay, she doesn't have magical healing, but she can stand there in front of a group of people and basically say, hi, unless you're rolling an 18 or above, there's no way you're not going to do what they say. If you have a lower level character, let's say, for example, we could look at the Sasthana, right? One of my other favorite characters that I built. Okay, good. Whatever. It's D&D Beyond. It's linked to Roll20. Fine. She's a level 4 cleric. A level 4 drow cleric. Okay, let's look at her spells. Alright, so she has 1st and 2nd level spell slots. She also has rituals and concentration spells. So, Cure Wounds at 2nd level does 2d8 plus 3 healing. Stop and think about that. If you are a generic person, like a peasant, and you come across an individual who can lay hands upon you and cause you to literally stitch together the bleeding wounds that you are suffering from. And most NPC peasants have 4 hit points, right? A cure wounds isn't necessary for them. All you would need is a healing word, which, you know, for 1d4 plus 3. And even then, if you roll a 1, you will bring that NPC peasant back to full health. Right? So these are people and characters that have power, influence, authority, and are going to be a positive or negative effect upon the world, but they are going to affect the world. I am building this world in such a way that the game itself, you know, as we've talked about, will be affecting how the players work. And certain things, you know, I'm going to embrace certain mechanics that a lot of people don't embrace. Thinking about how alignment actually should be about external perception rather than internal perception. And thinking about how your ties to the world around you and how much you as a player, you know, if a level 4 cleric could literally go around and heal an entire village of plague. A level 14, you know, PC is where we're going to start. They would be massively influential, massively powerful, able to change the entire world as they wished to a certain degree. But how are they going to interact and work with the authorities that exist, right? Because these PCs are not going to be... I mean, they might have some political authority, but they're not going to be rulers of the individual nations of this world that I have built. Which, if you would like a reminder, here is this wonderful map that I drew of this massive world that I have built and designed and I'm still working on. It's a very stylish map, isn't it? I build stylish maps. There will probably be a fancier one when we actually finally get around to playing. But it's this point that PCs will have this massive effect upon the world. And their effect should be felt and noticed. I'm going to offer them the option, and when I play, I'm going to talk to, so one of the things I'm going to do with this is I want to start this game. I actually want to start this game with a series of one-shots with each individual. You're here to fundraise for a good map. I mean, thanks, Pope. I appreciate it. What I want to do is I want to start this campaign as with a series of one-shots where we see each of the PCs at their home and where they've retired, right? Because they're level 14 and they've retired from the adventuring business. So, rewind. So the beginning hook for this game, and it's not the full hook, there will be other things and plot points, whatever. But the beginning hook for this game is the PCs are quote unquote high, you know, level 14, and they've retired. And now these characters and people would still be famous, influential. It's like, you know, Colin Powell, right? If you're looking at it like Christopher Lee, right? If we want to be somebody, whatever. Christopher Lee would be Audie Murphy, you know, both somebody who's both politically and both known both in political or popular circles, has authority and power in various other members of their field. Thanks, time. Cartography by the Impressionists. I like that one, thanks. I'll keep that one, thanks. But you would be known throughout the world, right? These are, if a level 4 cleric could literally, with a first level spell, right? Because they're a first level healing word from a cleric. Or even, look, a first level, a cleric has, for this cleric, Sistana, has a cantrip for Spare the Dying, right? It is a cantrip. And they can cast it, because they're a grave cleric, from 30 feet away. They don't need to touch them. You could literally save an entire village by Spare the Dying. Just repeatedly cast. You touch one creature that has 0 hit points, the creature becomes stable, and this spell has no effect on undead and constructs, right? If a cleric, even like a base level 1 cleric with Spare the Dying as a cantrip, can stand there and maybe not necessarily cure the illness that's afflicting the village, but they can stop everybody from dying. A level 14, and they be respected for it, a level 14 powerhouse is going to be known and be able to affect the world. So this game is going to start, and what I want to do is have this game start with the one-shots with these PCs from when they've retired and wherever they've retired to, and to answer Faye's questions of will they have strongholds, whether they're individually as a group. I'm going to sit there in session 0 and say, okay, do you all know each other? Or are you all individuals who, I want to kind of build some relationships. I always like having connections between the player PCs before the game starts. Like, even if it's just 1 or 2 characters, I don't want all of the PCs to not know each other and just be random people and have no connections, because then the game, there's a tension in the game. And I've seen this a lot, particularly in stream games, particularly in games, either one-shots or games where the players were told go and make a character and then come back and play the game. Because there's a disconnect between A, the world, and B, the other players at the table. If you tell your players, hi, this is the world, this is what we're playing in, these are the restrictions to what you can do in this world that we are currently playing in, and you can have you can do things, but I want you to have a connection to someone else here. I want you to work together. Because if you tell a player that they need to build a connection, a relationship with another player at character creation, then they are more likely to work collaboratively at the table. And that has been my experience. If, however, they haven't worked or built this character together, they haven't created a relationship with these other characters at the table, there's usually a disconnect, and usually it ends up with a large number of I want to be the main character syndrome, because I have all of these things and I want to showcase all of these things that my character can do, so let me show you them, rather than be like, oh, let's work together. Even if you're all clerics, even if you're all bards, even if it's in a whole paladin, I don't care. There isn't a question of party balance. There isn't a question of whether, one person needs to be X and one person needs to be Y. No. I'm talking about interworking together, and the collaborative work starts at character creation. Pope says, it just feels better to be part of the world than disconnected. Exactly, Pope, exactly. And so one of the things I've started doing, and I started doing this in the regiment, but I've been doing it for all of my other games as well, is creating what are known as rumors. And I ask all of my players to create send to me after character creation, right? So after you've done the basics of character creation and you've kind of worked out some connections to other players, maybe not to every single player, but to a couple at least, to go away and come back with 3 rumors. One that's likely true, one that's probably mostly true, could be false, and one that is false. And send them to me, and I will distribute them so that nobody knows which is true and which is false, and that gives other players a point to RP off of, right? It gives the other players a point to say, well, we heard this thing about this person. We know this thing about this person in the world. This is information that people in the world have heard about them. It's led to some very interesting moments at my tables. And it's led to some very interesting points that I think work to further a connection for PCs that maybe not necessarily have a deep connection already, but we might get there further and later. But it's these interconnected points that are interesting to me and how I like to play with them and connect them. Hey Hawkeye, welcome in. We're talking world building. We're talking about my hopeful soon D&D campaign. But what I want to do with this game in particular, I don't know, I want to start session 0 and say, hey, you don't all have to know each other. You don't all have to have been part of the same adventuring party in the past. You can, but you don't have to. But I want some level of connection between a couple other, between you and at least one other player. Maybe 2 if that's what you want to do. And then what I want to do is have these one-shots before the first actual session of the campaign to showcase where these PCs are in their quote-unquote retirement, right? They're not adventuring. They may have strongholds. They may have gone back, if they're from a noble background, they may be gone back to their noble family. If they've got, maybe they're doing a bunch of different things. We don't know. And I want to see that. I want to see where they are in their... Well, look, I want to see where they are in their happiness before I take it away from them. Because sometimes, that is a thing you need to do, right? Right? Pope says, brutal, but valid. I mean, you want to see where they are. You can't... And that's the thing is, most high-level campaigns, and I'm even talking about Critical Role in this standpoint, most high-level campaigns, if you get to level 20, you're fighting the world-ending boss, right? You're fighting, in the first season of Critical Role, they were fighting, this giant titan and trying to prevent Vecna from manifesting in the world and whatever, and they had this whole ritual they had to do, and they're fighting for the whole world. But we never actually saw Vox Machina at their peace moment, right? You saw in Critical Role Campaign 1, Vox Machina briefly, very briefly, and by that I mean half an episode, briefly, celebrating in Teldori, Exandria, at their stronghold, briefly, before literally the Chroma Conclave destroys it. But you don't And so it's like, okay, it's this giant, perpetually running, perpetually moving, trying to keep in, yeah, and then the chroma concave came and sat on it. Literally. And so you see it perpetually moving, perpetually going game where you don't see a connection really to why the PCs want to save the world. Yes, they want to save their friends. But you can save your friends without saving the rest of the world. Oh, we're great heroes. That's what we're going to do. Okay, fine. Yes, there's a level of buy-in with D&D where that would be the thing. You need to have some connection to the world that you're building and sitting down at the table with the GM and the other players and say, yes, I want to go ahead and buy into this concept that I am a hero and I am here to do nominally good things to help people, because that is what we do. But you don't see an emotional connection, right? There is no emotional, like, half of the PC, no, 99% of the PCs from Vox Machina have no connection to either Exandria or Taldori at all. Right? There isn't a reason for them to say, this is where I'm from, this is what I need to protect. There's a reason for them to protect individual people. There's a showcase of protection of their family connections, perhaps even yeah, the most connected was Percy, and even then, he's on a revenge kick for a big chunk of the series, where, yeah, Percy and Keyleth, but even then, Keyleth is like, and she doesn't have a reason to she doesn't have a reason to protect the rest of the world. She's also on a revenge kick because she wants to kill the being, she wants to fight against the beings that caused the death of the Ashari, and the fire Ashari particularly, because the air Ashari are fine, and she wants to finish her thing. It's like Keyleth is a personal quest. She wants to finish her coming of age ceremony and get revenge for the deaths of the Ashari. Right? That's what she wants to do. Vex and Vax really don't have a connection to this plane beyond what your mother who's dead. Their father literally lives in the Feywild and they don't need to worry about this plane of existence so much. Grog doesn't care. I thought that that was a beautifully played barbarian Goliath, and went into a lot of things about Goliath barbarian tribes and all these things, but once Grog is basically saved his tribe and gotten his own personal revenge, he as a person and as a character doesn't care enough. He's with the group to protect the group. Perhaps Scanlan literally just goes off for a period of time, which is fine. You can always change characters. I support changing characters if you feel a reason or a disconnect for whatever is going on. But Scanlan shows that there is not a connection for him to save the world, right? He's here to support his friends and perhaps support his daughter. Hello, Anna Geek, welcome in. Hawkeye says Grog was one pike away from being a wandering mercenary. It's like, yeah, Grog. The only reason Grog is still here is his personal connections, mostly with Pike, nominally with Vax. not only with Vax, and particularly when Scanlan had gone off, there's no one else really there. So I feel like a large number of D&D campaigns, particularly ones that are going high level, feel that they have to push a timer, right, on their players, where they are perpetually throwing more stuff at their players to keep them engaged because they're high level, but also to kind of draw them into the plot. But we don't see any reason, like, we see personal reasons in Vox Machina for them to protect each other. We don't see any reason why they're connected to the world that they're supposed to be protecting. Exactly, Pope. The stakes have to be have to be so damn high. Exactly. But do they? And I don't think that they do. I just think that it becomes a thing where, and this is why what I've been doing with Witcher, right? If you watched the last couple episodes of Witcher, and if you haven't, you should check out the VOD. They're on YouTube. Here, there's a link. Oh, no, I can spell. Yeah, Faye, it's chasing a high. It's chasing a perpetual high. If you haven't seen the last couple of episodes of Witcher, one of the things I did is like, okay, let's think about how the world is working and what you did. So, Brenna, you went off and with your higher vampire boyfriend, ? Detlef, went off and murderized an entire manor of servants, guards, and everything in between. And you murderized everybody. Okay, so Detlef went and cleaned it up. You dumped a bunch of bodies in the river. Oh, you're gonna draw a bunch of drowners. Now, 90% of the time, Brenna by herself, let alone Brenna and Ardzo, are more than enough for a bunch of drowners. They are, relatively speaking, low-level peants that are really not worth it. Thank you, Pope. Pope says, just the relationship drama alone is worth watching Witcher. I mean, thank you. But I still you dumped a bunch of bodies in that river. You basically, like, Detlef, you basically chummed that river, and now all of those, drowners that are in that river that are looking for easy snacks are going to be a problem and should be showing up. But you never see all of the, in my experience and what I have watched from D&D recently, is you have GMs who are perpetually pushing higher and higher level CR monsters. And I'm like, that's great. You know what would be even better? If maybe you didn't have to have every fight be deadly. Because these PCs who are walking through this forest could still come across these lower level CR monsters. They're still there. They're not gone away. Yeah, it might be relatively easy for these high-level PCs to get through them in a heartbeat. But you want to know what that does? Oh, that drains their resources. Oh, that means they might have fewer spell slots. They might have fewer, go longer between rests. Things that you could do. But you don't need to have every fight be a fight to the death. And that's the thing that I've been seeing a lot in D&D live streams and in other recent 5e games that I've been a part of and seen, is, oh, well, we know a level 3 character can just decimate a cave of goblins. Why would I give them a bunch of goblins? I'm like, why not? They might still be there. They might still be a problem. Just because they're a pest control problem and you are maybe slightly above pest control doesn't mean that you're gonna not have to deal with, just because you think you're great doesn't mean you're not gonna still have to deal with mosquitoes. And Faye says, also lets them feel powerful before you pull the rug out from under them. Yes, that is also a thing. And that's the thing that I think a lot of GMs that I've been watching, in 5th edition particularly, have struggled with. Because they've struggled with this perception that they need to keep challenging and upping, playing tops against their players, rather than just be like, this is a story, this is a world. Yes, it may be a combat that only lasts 1 or 2 rounds, and your players may decimate the hell out of them. But that doesn't mean it didn't serve a purpose within the story, even if that purpose within the story is to showcase that the world is alive. Crit says, isn't that also where numbers come in if you want a challenge, or obstacles, which I've never was good at it either. Yeah, terrain is a big thing. A large number of people I've noticed haven't been embracing terrain. I mean, they'll embrace it. You will see, I've seen GMs who have like physical minis and terrain builds use terrain as part of a combat. But if you're playing, but some people don't, and they don't do it. Anygeek says, I've noticed this too. Some DMs power creep encounters just because the party is X level instead of hitting them with a few lower level encounters. Exactly. It's like, okay, you're in the woods, and these woods are known for these giant spiders. Okay. You know that their party of level 14, if you're a level 14 druid or a level 14 cleric, you have all the, or even a wizard, you have all the fire spells. This is a non-starter. You literally like a big chunk of the woods on fire. But as, spoiler alert, if you haven't watched Witcher, go watch Witcher, Road's Home, and see that sometimes lighting the woods on fire is a bad idea. It might be an issue. It might be a major issue if, you call a firestorm on a summer pine forest. Just throwing that out there. Hi, GMs, take into effect that, okay, if your party has a spell, like, look, let's look at this, right? Does Sistana have the spell? No. Sistana does not. Visaria does. Visaria has fire spells. Alright. Visaria spells. Visaria has Hellish Rebuke, although that spell, the fire, only attacks the person who you were attacked by. Moonbeam Shatter. I know I have a fire I gave her a fire spell. Is there a 7th level spell? Yeah, Firestorm. Let's look at Firestorm. A storm made up of sheets of roaring flame appears in a location you choose within range. It's a 150-foot range, by the way. The area of the storm consists of up to 10-foot cubes. Okay. Which you can arrange as you wish. 10-foot cubes, 100 square feet. All right, let's think about that. 100 square feet of fire. Each cube must have at least one face adjacent to the other to make it whatever damage, and do 7d10 fire damage on a successful fail. The fire damages objects in the area and ignites flammable objects that aren't being worn or carried. If you choose plant life in the area, you can choose to have plant life in the area unaffected by this spell. Okay, but that doesn't mean that other things aren't on fire. You have okay, so Firestorm from a bard can stop them. They can choose whether plants are on fire, but other objects will be on fire. And fire spreads. You can't control that. You might think you can, but you can't. So why are you as a GM not standing there saying, okay, you've lit this shit on fire. You have all of these bad guys on fire. You've lit these low-level spiders are not a problem anymore. Now your problem is you are surrounded by a giant forest fire. What are you going to do? Think about how that's going to be. Faye says, at party level 17, we were traveling and some kobolds tried to attack us. Didn't end well for them, but then it was later thrown back in our face when an NPC was questioning our virtue. We had no cause to kill a bunch of them, but the dwarven battle ranger in our party isn't the most reasonable. I mean, it's a dwarven battle ranger. I don't think it'll be reasonable ever. The argument that had they attacked the merchant caravan we had passed instead of us, you know, there's that. Crit says, also I'm going back and forth to cook, which is a good thing. Dinner is good. I'll tell you about my dinner in a minute. But I hadn't realized the reason the drowners came out. It's like, yeah, the drowners were there in my Witcher Roads home campaign. Were there on the docks because Detlef decided to clean up the murder that they did, that he and Brenna did, by dumping the bodies in the river. All right, you dumped the bodies in the river, and now you've got the attention of a bunch of, you know, carrion monsters. Annie says, like the last D&D game I was in, we hit level 10, and instead of hitting us with a squadron of hobgoblins with a couple of bugbears, they hit us with 70-member goblin company. Yeah. Exactly. Just because your players are high level does not mean you need to negate the other low-level threats that exist in the world that you are building, right? Like, okay, so there might only be 1 or 2 level world-shattering, you know, there might only be one Vecna for an entire continent, but there's sure going to be a whole shit ton of low-level monsters that your players are going to have to deal with. Also, GMs, think about the habits of monsters, creatures, and cultures. Exactly, Pope. You know, if you have a country like in this world that I'm building called Tenerique, this is the country of Tenerique, this whole country is mostly desert. It is a vast desert with some river plains around it and a low-level mountain range to the north. Snakes, scorpions, spiders, other creepy crawly thingies. Are there hippos or crocodiles or something adjacent to that in the rivers? You know, are you going to need to account for that? Goblinoids have a tendency to have pets. Yep. You know? Are there other reasons or creatures? Just because there's something that your players can wipe away with a single round does not mean that they don't serve a purpose. In addition to drawing on your players' resources and making them spend spell slots and making them do a whole bunch of other things, they also show the world as it exists. And it's not just that your players are god level and can walk through it and ignore everything else, and therefore are even further disconnected from the world, right? Stop and think about that, right? In Critical Role Campaign 1, after Keyleth gets Tree Stride, they never go anywhere over land or through an airship. Except when they go to the beach resort. Other than that, they always go Tree Stride. And if your instant transportation from point A to point B means that you don't know the world around you. You're not experiencing the terrain anymore. You don't have to think about how other people, peasants, low-level NPCs, even, even figures of authority in the territory that you're skipping over, you don't have to think about that, right? Your players don't think about that. But they should, right? There has to be a connection. And that's why I want to start with these one-shots where I'm showcasing them as retired, right? What is your connection to this country that you're currently living in? You're a celebrity, you're an influencer, you have authority, you have powers, but you have to have what's your connection to these, country that you're living in? Yeah, tree stride over country. So I'm going to use a comparison here to a country song that isn't that great a country song, and I only listened to it a couple times, but it did mention a concept that is actually just frequently, I think, a disconnect for a large number of people in this country. The concept of what we call flyover states. If you're from the East or West Coast, after 1960, maybe 1955, hey Cole Drake, welcome in. After 1960, maybe 1955, you didn't go cross country if you had money. After 1980, even if you were lower income and you're going from East Coast to West Coast or West Coast to East Coast, you didn't have to go cross country with even layovers. You could take a nonstop flight from JFK to LAX and not have to work over. Yeah, Faye is agreeing with me with tree stride. I see you. Tree stride over country is the flyover states. Yep. And, well, there are many things that I think I think that does. One of the things I think it really highlights is, I think it removes a concept from a large number of people's brains about exactly how big an area the contiguous 48 of the United States are, and how many different climates, cultures, peoples, demographics, languages, even though most of those are probably only accents and or dialects. But all of those things exist, and if you're saying, well, I only have to go from A to B, I don't have to worry about anything that I'm in the flyover of, then you further disconnect yourself from other people that you are supposed to be saving, right? Like if you're the superpower, if you are these super high level heroes and you are saving the world and you're going in, but to do that you go from the Empire of Varum all the way down to Tenerique in a tree stride, and you don't have any connection to everybody in between, then do you really know who you're saving? Do you know what you're doing? AnyGeek says, this is why I love the smaller RP streams over Critical Role, because they use the same kind of thinking you are speaking of. Yeah, I mean, some do. Yes, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I'll support, I'll support that. Train trips are great. If you can take a train trip and you don't end up spending 5 hours in New Rochelle, I support this. Yes. But as we see more outside the US, dialects can change diction and meaning after all of 15 miles. Yeah. If you go from. So let's take Italy, for example, and we consider the country of Italy, which didn't exist until 1889, effectively. And before then, it was a number of different things. The Italian language was not standardized until Mussolini took power, and even then, it was basically to say, "Hi, the government will speak Tuscan, and people will learn Tuscan in school if they're a government-sponsored school." That did nothing to stop local dialects from developing for continuing to being used in personal and local instances in like everywhere else in the country. You like if I go to Italy and I open my mouth, the first words out of people's mouths are "Tu sei siciliana," see, "Tu sei Maragana," see. You are. They know the minute I speak that I'm Sicilian because of the way I speak. Cole says, we lived in Connecticut and Massachusetts for 4 years, then moved across to Washington State. It took me a week for my ears to adjust to the new language. Yeah. And if you're from Connecticut, you probably are used to what we call the Connecticut School of Broadcasting, which is the non-existence of an accent. It is what has been, all of the major broadcasters, all of the national news broadcasters are all trained in what we call the Connecticut School of Broadcasting lack of accent. My father, who was in the Coast Guard for 27 years, but his first boat, his first tour was in, he graduated from the academy from New London, Connecticut. He had grown up in Connecticut. Whatever. His first tour was in buoy tender out of Maine. Okay? Now, he's in Maine. The radio operator on the base station in Portland and other various points along the down east coast, the radio operator is from down east Maine. The radio operator on the ship is from the Louisiana Bayou. My father was regularly called on to act as translator for these two people who could not talk to each other, even though they both nominally spoke American English. No, they didn't. Hawkeye says, I think I've read somewhere that linguists have studied and determined that British accents change every 20 miles. I think that's about right. I don't know the specific number, Hawkeye. I don't spend a lot of time. I mean, I spend a lot of time in linguistics, but I haven't spent a lot of time in British English linguistics. Coldrake, like the worst game of telephone. Yep, that would be the worst game of telephone. Welcome in, Tricky Boys. Welcome in. We're talking campaign building and World of Impacts. Faye says, unfortunately, there's also a disconnect I've seen from folks away from the coast who try to flatten urban populations. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of that. They're on both sides. I think both sides have an impact, and going in both directions, that's a problem. But I think that is an issue that would be interesting to consider, because if you're a level 14, right? Let's look at, so level 14, you have 7th level spells, all right? Let's look at spells that let's look at 7th level spells. What is teleport? Teleport is a 7th level spell. Oh yeah, and I had teleport because I teleported a bunch of people. Did I? Yeah, I teleported people in that game. It was great. Faye, your question is, what was the European Mediterranean equivalent of common? Latin. Literally, after the fall, anything after the Roman Empire, or are you talking about in this world? I need a clarification there. Exactly, Hawkeye. A lot of people, and for me, and I bet your wife can still do this. It's called code switching, where you change your accent and the stresses based on who you're talking to. I spent 10 years living in Atlanta, and if I'm talking to my friends in Atlanta, I'm going to sound like this, and it's going to be talking about different things than I'm going to be talking about if I'm talking about with my parents. And in that case, that, sometimes I sound like this, but sometimes I maybe, really, we have to keep talking about these things because we have to go get a cup of coffee because we spent like 50 billion years talking about this, and we need to actually sit down and have a conversation. Hey, Jim. Welcome in. Yeah, Coldrake, there are a bunch of what we call lingua franca, which is a terminology taken from Latin, but is an academic term based in a previous post fall of the Roman Empire terminology, Latin usage. But Latin, so what usually ends up happening in what we call lingua franca is the lingua franca of a country or a region becomes the language of the overwhelming empire that existed to a point. So for Europe and the Mediterranean, up until basically the 19th century, the lingua franca was Latin. Unless you're in the eastern half of the empire, and that, if you're in portions of North Africa and then Greece and a little bit east, it might be Greek. It could be Greek, or it could also be Arabic, sort of. That was less common. Arabic didn't get all the way across to Greece, but there were certain places where it was useful. But that is because what is seen as the local languages remain, but the lingua franca, the common language, is whatever the government language would be before it. So in Europe, in the portions of the Mediterranean, Middle East, and North Africa, that was Latin. Chinese, not Mandarin, but usually what is now called Cantonese, although probably even a more ancient dialect that began with the standardization of the Qin dynasty under Huangdi, the first emperor of China, becomes the lingua franca of Asia within, and even to the point that Koreans and Japanese can read a large number of Chinese characters because of how widespread that language was. In various sections of the Middle East, it's Arabic, into North Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, it usually becomes either English or French is now the lingua franca because of imperialism. Look, I'm going to tell you that English became the lingua franca. English and French are the current lingua francas because the UN accepts them as both diplomatic languages, and that's a thing. You're just going to have to accept the fact that imperialism and colonization accepts the lingua franca. That's the way that works. But I love that line, Rip Gaelic. Well, Tricky Bovis, my Gaelic is very limited. Mostly based on things that I probably shouldn't say because my grandfather only said them when he was very upset, and my grandmother's line was he's not allowed to curse around the grandkids. So probably are things I shouldn't say in public. Beyond like my own. That's what happens when you're, strong Irish roots. But you can even see the transition within ancient cultures and ancient history, because if you go to a discussion that most people forget, is that the Bible, the actual Bible, the book, was not written in Latin. Sorry about this, folks. I'm going to shatter your worlds. It was not written in Latin, and most of it wasn't written in Hebrew. The Torah and the Pentateuch are both written in Hebrew. Sections of the Old Testament are written first in Hebrew, but not all of it. 90% of the Bible is actually first written down in a language we call Koine. Koine. In English, spelled Koine. In Greek, it's Kappa, Omicron, Iota, Nu, Eta. And Koine literally means common. But it was Koine Greek, common Greek, because Alexander the Great had conquered all that area, and 300 years later that whole area was still being ruled by a bunch of Macedonians who were Greek. Good old Alex. Yep. Welcome in, Stinks. Thank you for the follow. Exactly, Coldrake. So with all these borders and being species specific in many cases, dialects of common will be common. Yes. Specifically, if you're talking about the game that I'm going to be running, this is the world map. It's beautiful. I have things. It's a thing. It's a great sketch that I did freehand on Roll20, so I could definitely do better. But one of the things I said is that when I built this world, that when I built this world, one of the things I said is this older empire here is part of the thank you. It is fridge worthy. Crit really actually likes that map. Thanks. The old continent over here was destroyed by a cataclysmic event caused by the old interspecies multicultural empire was destroyed by a war between good and evil wizards, and dragons were forced by evil wizards to take part of it. So basically imagine a super volcano, and oh, I'm sorry, Faye. Yeah, they just started. The same thing happened. I was wishing the rain was going to stay, but now they've just started shooting off fireworks. So if you hear pops in the background, that's the fireworks from everybody around my street. So this dragons and evil wizards cause a super volcano. Yeah, I saw the question. I'm getting to it. Cause a super volcano that destroys the continent, and everybody moves to the new continent. That would cause the language of the original continent to be the lingua franca that would become common, and therefore, but everyone is going to have a local a vernacular, which is the term we use in linguistics for languages of the common people. And to answer your question, I don't know if pseudo-dragons loaf like cats. Stinks, because, I mean, I always kind of picture them as more reptilian than cat-like. So I feel more like they're gonna bake on a slog than loaf, right? They're gonna be like splayed out and be cold-blooded creatures, even if they're fire-breathing, and want to absorb all of the sun that they can. Do I think that octopus could be aliens? No. I mean, if you want to have them be the cats of the dragon world, go ahead. I just think of them as not cat-like. I think of them as reptilian. Also, I'm going to shatter everybody in the TTRPG / Dungeons & Dragons world mind by saying I don't like cats. They are the devil. I'm a dog person. Like, me and my big dogs do not like cats. Not a thing. No. I'm also allergic to cats. I'm not a fan. So, whatever. They exist. I don't I don't hate them. Make the sign of the feline cross. I mean, that's fair. I view a lot of things as, existing. And, not my problem. Is really what it is. But yeah, so, yeah, I know, horror, shock and horror. I have dog. I have dog. My dog is, I've always had dogs. I like dogs. I'm also, yes, good doggo. Good doggo who was not a fan of the fireworks last night that the town was putting off, because the fireworks that the town puts off is literally 7 houses away from me in Long Island Sound. And was not a fan last night, so we gave her good drugs, but we gave them to her late in the evening. And then she was very, very stunad all day. Is this a canine? Will this be a canine-centric universe? I mean, I don't take things out of the world because other people like them. Like, I acknowledge the people that they're a cat, you know, whatever. You know, I like real world that is lived in and everything. I am, however, also the GM who made the last time I ran actual D&D and not one of the many other games that I've run on this channel. But actual D&D, I made a ranger hate nature and view it and paranoid of it. It's mirror universe, not God, but dog. Puppies are cute. Those turn into small horses like adults. Yeah, sort of. Jim says, I like the idea of cat, especially when they belong to other people. I also like the idea of dog, but have cynophobia, so I don't generally get near any that are older than puppies. I mean, that's fair. I understand. Dogs are not for everyone. I mean, that's an option, Stinks, but I mean, by made them fear plants? I mean, like, hi, this is a really nice forest you're walking through. Oh, can you roll me, a dex, a dex save? Why? Because you're about to be taken out by a zombie plant. It's fine. It's just gonna, like, eat you all. Tree equals the crab of the plant world. I mean, I don't know enough about plants. I didn't study botany. I studied physics and linguistics and classical languages and literatures, and now I'm in law school, so botany is not one of my heavy-duty subjects. Roll for histamine reaction. Fair. Look, is that something we can bring into, like, D&D? It's like, actual problems that real world people have is like, you look at a continent this size, right? This is a whole continent. It's a massive continent. And no PC has airborne allergies, allergies to wasps or anything. Brought Back the Thorn, it's an underrated letter. I mean, yes, and part of the problem is that English and Germanic / certain Gaelic languages are the only ones that would, well, no, really only English and Germanic languages, some Nordic, would really benefit from it, but it's not horrible. But yes, it is a fun letter. It is a fun letter. It is also one of those things where you sit there and you go, yeah, okay, people. Can we work with this? Okay. All right. But we should. Yeah, linguists have a bunch of shitposts about Thorn, to make it funny. They also have a bunch of shitposts about, look, I'm going to go on a linguist moment and say the worst thing for a linguist in me, particularly one who studied Mediterranean ancient languages, is every time somebody wants to use Greek letters in whatever marketing they're doing, and I'm like, that's not what that word... No, that word cannot have that, because that's not the word you think it is. Like, the Freeform / ABC Family / whatever the heck that channel's name is right now, series called Greek, which was supposed to be about Greek life, and it was supposed to be spelled Greek, but was spelled GR Sigma capital Sigma K, and I'm like, okay, so you know that an E and a sigma are not the same thing. A, one's a vowel, and B, one's a consonant, but they're not the same thing, and you sit there and go, yep, so the show is called Gresk. It made me and my classics friends laugh uproariously when that show was coming out. Kolchak says, will the entire main cast be brought out of retirement, so over level 12? Yeah, we're gonna start... The whole plan with this game is to start the game with these characters retired at level 14. So they're going to start at level 14, and we're going to start with these one-shots to show where these characters are in their quote-unquote retirement, and what they're doing. How are they connected to the world? How are they, where is their positive? What is their connection to this world so that they can actually do other things? And then take them to level 18, maybe 20, depending on how things go. So for a minute, I'm going to point something out to Crit, because Crit is a wonderful person, and understands that when I say this, it is not from a point of view of being mean, but Critwitch is in a Discord with me, and they're using characters in their name is supposed to be Critwitch, but they didn't use a W, they used an omega. Well, an internal omega, not an external omega. Or, no, an external omega, not an internal omega. And so, I'm like, that's not a W every time I see it. At least Crit knew that they were doing it, right? Like, you knew when you did that, Crit, that was a thing you were doing, and were doing it from choice, rather than other people who don't know any better, and that just bothers me. Yes, misuse of Nordic runes is also a thing. That bothers me. Like, these linguistic symbols that you are appropriating have definition and translation, and it's not what you're using. But we're supposed to be talking about D&D in this world that we're building in this game that I'm probably going to run in the near future. Also, I guess I should check Twitter because I was running a poll. I don't think the poll has ended. Poll is not ended. Poll is not ended.
But it's not a thing about making it accurate.
Yes, poll is not ended. There are 2 hours left of this poll. I'm going to link it in chat so that people can make a vote for the last 2 hours on poll. It is now 60-40 on when we should run this game on Saturday nights over Sunday mornings. Look, we will have tangents in this channel. It is fine. I embrace the tangent. It is fine. But there are 2 hours left on that poll, and that will determine when I stream this game. And then that will determine people I can start talking to about playing in this game, because I need to have a date and time before I talk to people about playing it. But I have a bunch of people that I would like to play in this game because I think it would be really great to see, that I think would do really well about embracing a world in which A, alignment has actual meaning, B, you have a major effect in the world that's going on. And that could be a lot of interesting things. Stink says, speaking of old linguistic stuff, the fact that people are so upset about neopronouns kind of ticks me off because a lot of them have already existed for a long time, like thon. I mean, yes and no, Stinks. Like, I'm a linguist, and a bunch of the quote-unquote neopronouns that some people are using, I'm like, that word does not mean what you think it means. Some of them do, and that's great. But some of them are like, that's a different noun from an entirely different language that has a very specific meaning, particularly when people want to, what I've seen recently, and this is one that actually kind of bothers me as both an anthropologist and a linguist, when people want to take neopronouns from languages that are not English and use them in English, and they're like, I'm going to take this pronoun from from either Thai or the Fijian language because they have many different other understandings of gender and sexuality than English does. I'm like, yes. But those have specific meanings that you're not applying to them. Like, it's the same problem I see from some people who want to be like, oh, make very truncated equivalents between non-binary and two-spirit, Native American, Plains Indian, two-spirit, which are not the same thing, and I think are somehow even worse to be forcing on. It's like, that's a level of appropriation that you aren't considering, because these are people that have definitions and have understandings. And if you want to have, you know, exactly, Stinks. It's a level of, there's a difference between neopronouns and cultural appropriation and linguistic appropriation. And that's where it bothers me, because a large number of people aren't really using what are true neopronouns. They're only taking things like, I can take this from this language and not consider it where it really came from. I can take this from this language, it doesn't really matter where it came from, it now belongs in English and I can do this. And I'm like, no, that's just straight up cultural appropriation, but why should we be surprised? But yeah, thons is an abbreviation of that one. Yeah, that works. You know, and I'm like, hey, guess what? There's an entire multiple series of pronouns, both demonstrative and personal, that are neuter, specifically what is called neuter in the both Greek and Latin. You want to use them? Sure. I can even decline them for you. And spend a lot of time doing so. There are a large number of languages that have these. You can use them, but know what you're saying when you take them. Know what you're using when you're taking them, and not just being like, I can use this because it's now me. But yes, I do think that people who are like upset with the existence of neopronouns, I'm like, nah, man, it's always been there. Again, I point to the fact that my undergraduate thesis that I spent an entire semester writing on combining linguistic relativity theory, and from anthropology linguistics and classical Greek to sit there and prove the existence of a third gender within the Greek culture. Well, because of the existence of a third gender within the Greek language, means that all of this existed centuries ago. It's not new. Y'all just need to recognize. Yeah, there are some that are okay. That I'm like okay with. And then there are some that I'm like, alright? But that word has a specific meaning. But then again, I'm a linguist at heart, so I spend a lot of time thinking about languages and how they interact. Which is why I think about how languages interact in a game like this. Or I think about how cultures are going to interact in a game like this. And when I built these worlds, and I guess that's one of the other thing is, I have studied anthropology. I'm an anthropologist and a linguist and a classicist. And classicist, not classist, classicist is the terminology we use for somebody who studies ancient Mediterranean cultures in Latin and Greek. I did not spend a lot of time in ancient Aramaic or Hebrew, but I touched those very briefly in translation because I was doing Koine and other things. But that led to an understanding of how human animals in the real world develop cultures and change them and interact with them. And so that becomes a thing that exists in this world. Coldrick's right. Trade interpreters for caravans between kingdoms. And trade being... And that's the thing is, like, I liked... What is it? Second edition, the word wasn't common, it was trade, right? Second edition D&D didn't have common, it had trade. Because the language was specifically, a language spoken by traders who caravanned between multiple countries. And therefore... was understood that not everybody would speak the same language. I agree with the validity of avoiding pronouns, but I don't think it functions like I've never met those individuals, and I would want to actually sit down and have a conversation with them stinks, because one of the things that would get to me is from a very simple understanding of language and how we as people have developed language across, whether they don't want personal pronouns but they wouldn't be able to avoid demonstrative pronouns. It's a thing that be very interesting to sit down and speak with someone about that. Note for thought. But yeah, Coldrake, trade is probably the better definition here, rather than straight common. It would probably be koine or trade, but it's a very diverse world. It encompasses a large number of people. One of the things that I did when I started building this is also look at how I could have a vast variety of different governmental structures, right? Like the government of Tenerife, the government of Walaba. Why am I blanking on the names of the... I have to get my book. Look, here's my book. I'm blanking on the names of the countries I created. Right? It's like, I created this world. I built this world and this map, and I'm blanking on the names of those countries. Because why would that be a thing that would be easy? So we've got Novigrad up here, which is, have a good night, Stinks. Thank you for being here. Yes, I can't tell all the players without the program. Hi, this is the program. This is the setting Bible. It's a program. This is everything that's already been created, and set up and written and defined. And then there's whole places in this world that will be open. But, so we've got Novigrad, Tenerique, Wallaba. Why am I blanking on the name? Saling. Cortel, that's what I was thinking of. But when I created each of these, I mean, I'm considering Evernote, but it's not really a thing that I've done before. And I know a large number of people have kind of shifted over to Legend Keeper or a bunch of other world building sites. I'm old school, and it's just, I need to write things down manually. That's why I'm kind of looking at actually getting the Remarkable tablet, where you can write things by hand and it'll take it and transfer it into typed documents, and then you can link it to other documents and send it across your multiple devices. Kind of really considering it. But yes, but how many worlds have you created now, Prax? I mean, some of them I've created and some of them I've just put further definition into. Does that count? I have large numbers of them. It's fine. So yeah, so when I created these worlds, I actually thought about the individual governments and how they could be different and tie them to actual governmental structures that we have in throughout history, and not just have the generic, this is Kingdom X or this is Empire Y, because those are sad. Like, Novigrad is a kingdom, but it's also matriarchal. Well, matrilineal, matrilocal, and therefore matriarchal. Jim says, hey, some of us are just conversed with incurable world building. I mean, this is not wrong. Jim and I have had multiple Zoom calls that were just about world building. Just that. Between the two of us. Because sometimes you just need a fellow GM to be like, there we go. Just in case I need one. Exactly. Varum is an interspecies empire. Wallaba is a kingdom that practiced gender-neutral primogeniture. Look, Anygeek, that's why Fantasy Name Generator is a bookmark on I Have It Forever. It doesn't go away. But yeah. It is now 9:45 and we've been on for an hour and 45 minutes. Maybe we should work on building a couple of these NPCs that I need to build. Just a thought. Should we do that? Or actually, it's been an hour and 45 minutes. I should get up and stretch and get some more water because my water is very depleted. So, we could use up Fantasy Name Generator. That's fair. All right, so what I'm thinking it... What was that time? Here's one I made earlier. Here's one I made earlier. Famous phrase from BBC's Children by Blue Peter. Yep. Get fluid and brain power. Exactly. I need some more fluid. So what I'm thinking is that we should spend like 5 minutes, get all of this done, and in the meantime, I will set up the poll, and I will ask the question of, nope. There we go. Why do you do this to me? I should set up the poll, and then we should ask about which NPC we're building, or actually which country NPC we should be building. Annie Geek says, it just feels weird when my RP friends in my town just message me and are like, okay, I have this character, race, class, etc. Can you come up with a name for me? I mean, I've been there. I've also done that for people. It's like, hey, I'm supposed to be building this kind of character. I need X. Like, sure, here you are. There you go. It's good to be wanted, unless it's on a notice in the post office. That is also fair. Alright, so we're gonna... What should we talk... You know... Option 1. 10... Okay, so Noviger. Option 2. Tenerique. And then I guess option 3 is orcs. No, we don't need any of them yet. Oh, Wallaba. We should do Wallaba because there are going to be interesting people in Wallaba. Alright, so we're going to have 3 options. I'll put the poll up and I will run it while I am on break. And then when we come back, whoever wins the poll, that will be where we're building our first NPC from. Alright? Okay. Here you go. Ready? I'll see you in a minute. Bye! Hello. How are we doing? I apparently can't even run the silly poll the way I'm supposed to. Because I can't type things, apparently. I don't pay attention well enough. It's my fault. Hi, everybody. Yeah, okay. So, we have 4 votes. 4 people voted. I appreciate you who vote. I also appreciate anybody here who's just lurking. Lurkers are appreciated as well. I'm going to give you all about like another 2 minutes on the poll so that you can vote if you have not yet. Apparently you need to add the exclamation point because it's exclamation point vote and then exclamation point either Noviger, exclamation point Tenerique, exclamation point Walaba. Because I'm smart like that. Yeah, I'm smart. I smart peoples. Sometimes. But we got 2 minutes, and then I will close the poll, and from there we will make a decision. Based on the poll, what they're doing. Yes, you figured it out because you're all smart people. Versus me, who apparently can make things complicated when I shouldn't have to. But I do. Still want to vote for Wakanda, though? I mean, I try to stay legally distinct from anything that would cause me to you know, have a copyright strike, and the mouse is always watching. As they say. As they say. Okay. So, I think that's good. Give it another 17 seconds. And then I will close this poll. Long ago, even long ago when Kindlers became a thing. I mean, that's fair. Poll is now closed. I'm going to complete the poll. Wallaba won! Yay, Wallaba! Okay, let us go back to our map. Here is our map. Here is the country of Wallaba. Let me give you, again, for people who have not remembered multiple weeks ago when we last did this, what the, the quick information about Wallaba. That everybody, and that's the thing is, like, when I create a setting Bible, there are notes for me as the GM, but there's also a big chunk of it that's pretty easy to follow for players, because the point of this is to give to players so that they have an understanding and their character connects to a world, right? This is the TLDR of the setting. I have way more notes than I give the players, but a big chunk of this is so that they can sit there and say, okay, I know things. What do I know as a player? What do I know about the world that my character exists in? Let me give you these tools. Hi, I am your GM. Let me give you tools. This is one of the tools. And so I created these short paragraph, 2-paragraph long explanations of these countries with important, like who the current rulers of this country are and who their general trade agreements are with. And then if I have a player who wants to be from that country, then I would spend more time, giving them a little bit more detail. They're going to know a little bit more than somebody else who isn't from that country or from that place, right? And nobody's going to know everything about the place they live in. Hi, I don't know everything about the state that I live in. I don't know everything about the state that's next door to me. I don't know every single possible thing that exists in the country I live in. It's impossible. So there's always going to be room for secrets. Hello, Lysander. Welcome in. Other Doc. Having won this Wallaba vote will give me some solace when I lose the Twitter vote in an hour. I'm sorry. Well, I don't know what the current state is. What is the current... I should check the Twitter... What is the Twitter vote? How is the Twitter vote going? How is that Twitter vote going? Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going. Here's the Twitter vote. It's still got an hour left. For anybody who wants to make a vote about when this game should be played. Team Night is in the lead over Team Brunch. Yes, 4x6 index cards with each country. Exactly. That's about all this is. It's, about that. And it's going to give you information that you as a player would know. So this is the information that people would know about Wallaba. Just right off the bat. King Kalfani is the new king of Wallaba. He inherited after the death of his mother, Otesha. Wallaba practices gender-neutral primogeniture. The firstborn inherits regardless of their gender. He is a young 30 and newly married to his chosen partners, his wife Zakia, and his shieldmate Adama. It is considered the norm for those who become rulers to choose both a male and female partner for both children and to represent the male and female deities within the pantheon when the ruler participates in religious rites. Although they have trade relations with the Empire, they have some distrust of the Empire's power and influence. As one of the countries closest to the territories of the Utakan orcs, there is a vast, officially unrecognized trade with the Utakan. It is still rare for orcs to live openly in Walaba, but there are a few in some villages close to the border. Look, Jim, if you want to push the brunch vote, you're going to need to get more people to vote. Right now, that's the thing. So, Walaba is, again, Walaba is here. They are the northernmost of the central country. You know, they're very close to Varum. Varum, basically is their northern border. A big chunk of this is kind of contested territory, open lands and plains that these trade roads go through. This mountain range here, and there's a small mountain system here and a river system that follows it, which makes that border between Walaba and the area that becomes both Varum and then the western section of Novigur. These large forested area over here. Utakan kind of extends upward, and then the other orcs, which are they? The Tarkan, the Octan orcs. So the Utakan and the Octan orcs kind of share a border. Octan should actually be over here, behind the other three, but I put it in the wrong place on the map, so I'll fix that next time. But so Walaba shares this border, and King Kalfani is the king. He's relatively young. He's married. The culture practices gender-neutral primogeniture, which we've talked about, which is prima being first, genitore meaning of the family or birth, so who is ever firstborn. Usually cultures that practice primogeniture means that inheritance falls through the firstborn male. Some that are matrilineal and matrilocal will be through the firstborn female. This one is gender neutral, so it does not matter. And there is a cultural practice of, at least within the ruling family, of polyamory. Which I was like, this would be cool, right? There are probably a number of cultures that have polygyny or polygamy, practice polygamy, either polygyny or polyandry. But I think this group practices polyamory, which is slightly different. So we need to build an NPC. Come here. We'll build a character. We need to build Adama. Shield Lord Adama. He has not changed his what the heck is that lit up? What the heck is that? I don't remember. I'll fix that. As long as they leave my flock of sheep alone. I mean, whatever. Whatever. It's just in mine. It's just in mine. No one else can see it. Shield Lord Adama. Him. He has not sacrificed his title as Shield Lord for Prince Consort or anything like that. He has his own job. Character sheet. Oh, I actually like the way this looks. He is a, we're going to create an NPC. Cool. Oh, okay. Shield Lord comma. Okay. That's not... Like, how do I change that? How do I change that? Okay, so this is not a matter. Oh, I have to okay, enter. Haha. Is Shield Lord an in perpetuity title? I mean, it's in rank he has gained, and he is not going to give it up. It is not an inheritable title. Alright, so we need stats for our Adama. He is a Shield Lord, and I want to make him a fighter. And the question is, do we want to make this fighter, right? The question is, we know he's a fighter. Well, that's the first question. How old is he, right? His spouse, King Kalfani, is a young 30. So he's 30. So I think he's probably about the same age. Do we have any age marks in this? Whisper toggle. There we go. Don't auto-roll damage. Show the NPCs. Add dex to the tiebreaker initiative. Alright. So. You made a very fair and impartial quote tweet. Okay, so Coldrake, yeah, he's older, but he's not broken down, right? Like, I don't always play I don't always play with levels when it comes to NPCs because that doesn't always work. Hey, my friend's poll is about to close. You should vote however your conscience tells you. Hey, it's me, your conscience. You should totally vote for Sunday. Vote Brun. I appreciate that, Jim. That is appreciated, Jim. That is appreciated. I support that. But we are focusing on this character that we're building. Let me come back to the character that we're building. So NPC, he should be a fighter. I don't think we... Ooh, we've got a large number of archetypes here, right? Well, it's not going to be the Purple Dragon Knight because nobody's seen a dragon in almost 2,000 years. So that's not going to be a thing. Cavalier. What do we got for a Cavalier? The archetypal Cavalier excels at mounted combat. Usually born among the nobility and raised at court, a cavalier is equally at home riding a cavalry charge or exchanging repartee at a dinner. I don't think he's a cavalier. Definitely not a gunslinger. What's a rune knight? What do we got for rune knights? So you gain runes. Fire rune. What is? Nah. No. He should be. He can't be a purple dragon knight because nobody's seen a dragon in 2,000 years. What's an echo? A mysterious and feared frontline warrior of the Kryn. Oh, the Echo Knights from Kryn. Well. I mean, I could see this. Yeah, but the Purple Dragon Knight are warriors from Cormyr, yeah. Pledge to protect the crown. They take the fight against evil beyond their kingdom's borders. They're tasked with wandering the land as knights errant. See, the thing is, I don't think this works. Like, this would be a different character because Remember, Adama is the shield lord, but he is also the lord consort to the king. He's not wandering around, and he probably wasn't even wandering around in the countryside before Kalfani, inherited the title. I almost like the Echo Knight. A mysterious and feared frontline warrior. Well, we can kind of skip the Kryn. Master the art of using Dunamis to summon the fading shades of unrealized timelines to aid them in battle. Surrounded by echoes of their own might, they charge. So, I don't know. That would be bringing in some Vox Machina, Exandria. I almost want to make him just a straight battle master or champion. And be like, nah, man, I am done with your shit. What did we get for, like, champion is the... Champion is solid. An improved critical at level 3. Remarkable athlete. You gain the additional fighting style. Yeah, well, the Gunslinger is written by Matthew Mercer, is a fighter archetype. He's not a he's not a Psi. I could see either Battle Master or Champion. And, like, I have a character in mind I want to pull for a purple Dragon Knight. I'm going to reskin. Because that's a knight errant hero of the crown, oath to a crown. And I think that makes more sense in someplace else. I have an idea for them. But I think Adama is going to be either... I don't think they're a caster, though. I don't think they're... like a level 14. If he's level 14, he has 2 third-level spells. And he knows 3 cantrips and has 10 spells. Actually, I think tricks are pure force. Yeah. No, this is going to be, Lysander, I'm going to be running a high-level D&D campaign. And by that, I mean, like, starting at level 5, or level 14 and going to level 18. Maybe level 20. Ooh, an Eldritch Knight could work, right? If I make him a sword and board and spells... Okay, so they get spellcasting. Do they get anything else other than spellcasting? Okay, so Warrior Bond. At 3rd level, you learn a ritual that creates a magical bond between yourself and one weapon. You perform the ritual over the course of an hour. The weapon must be within your reach, whatever. Once you've bonded the weapon, you can't be disarmed of that weapon unless you are incapacitated. Which is the same plane of existence. You can summon that weapon as a bonus action on your turn, causing it to teleport instantly to your hand. Oh, you can cast a cantrip as a bonus attack, which actually might make a couple cantrips worth it. Okay, so I'm thinking either Eldritch Knight or Battle Master. Yeah, True Strike becomes worth it finally. Ooh. Well, it's an NPC, so I can mess things up and twist everybody and whatever. And so I think what I'm going to do is combine Battle Master and Eldritch Knight. Don't ask for balance. Balance doesn't exist. Yeah, feats can do so many things. Yeah, champion could be an option with the feat Shield Master. But I actually think if I go Battle Master and then give him the feat Shield Master, it'd be even better. So yeah, let's see if we can... Well, we're gonna give... We need optional class features. Wait, what are these? First level fighting feature. When you choose a fighting style, the following styles are added to your list of options. You could have blind fighting, interception, superior technique, thrown weapon fighting, unarmed fighting, or martial versatility. Yeah, he's been in the thick of it in his time, and he's the Shield Lord. He has been perfected, and I think if we give him Battle Master, then he can also have you know, a large number of things. Also, relentless is nobody's business. So if I do instead, or champion. What I'm thinking is if I go Battle Master and then add Shield Master feat. Yeah, let's... character sheet. Let's... Can I... Character sheet. Alright, so let's do this. Let's say, well, we're gonna need to create a... I'm just gonna do it this way. My characters, here we go. Hi, we're gonna view this character. We're going to manage. And then this will also do things like help us, this is not what I want. Go back, go, give me, there we go. Wrong button. I'm clicking wrong buttons. All right, so confirm. We're gonna go back and change his race as well. So now we know that this world is human heavy, but dwarves, or orcs, that could be really interesting, right? I don't know that that would happen, though. I don't think that Walaba is quite ready to have an orc be the, spouse of the, king at the moment. They're not quite there yet. But... what do we think? Do we think human or half-orc? Oh, Hawkeye, I'm thinking even better if we make him a half-orc who passes for human. What do we think about he's half-orc but he can pass for human? And that might be a reason why the trade with the Utkan orcs is expanding. Yeah, so let's make him... Sorry, I sneezed. Yeah, not going to be a lizard folk for reasons, because there have people know that lizard folk exist, but beyond, they're mostly right now rumors from beyond the orc territories that no one has seen yet. All right, so we're gonna go with a half orc. We're gonna do that. All right. Intimidation skill. Oh no, we're gonna go half orc, even better. Half orc who passes for human. And we're gonna go fighter. Add class. And we're gonna go level, we're gonna make him level 16. Elves are in seclusion in the far south except for their assassins. And their traders and other people. Other people leave the south. I'm gonna pop that out for a second. There are other reasons elves would leave the area. Although there is the Assassin's Guild, you are correct, that it comes out of Yoraba. And they have a bonus they have bonus actions. I am allowing half orc, half elf because, so here's a thing, Lysander. I don't know if you got to see any of these previous GM builds that I've done. One of the things about this world is I'm playing with the where orcs actually come from within mythology, and that is Tolkien. Whatever D&D has changed them. Oh, no worries, Lysander, I understand. It's all about timing, and everyone's free time is complicated. But orcs are an invention of Tolkien, and D&D has polluted them into a lot of things that are very specious in a lot of ways. And I know a lot of people who work really hard are trying to discuss things and fix that and make things better, but I want to go back to orcs as Tolkien envisioned them, as elves who started as elves, a group of beings who started as elves, and then during this war on this ancient continent, they were taken and tortured and twisted into a new species by evil wizards. And now they exist outside of that. They live within a different world, but they still remember being at some point human. Or not human, elven. So yes, elves and orcs can crossbreed. So you could have a half elf, half orc. Yes, the Morgoth times. Thank you, Lysander, for knowing what I'm talking about. Now, admittedly, this is not set in the Tolkien universe. This is set in my own universe, but I am taking that concept because I want to play with it. All right, so we're building this. All right, so we're coming back to the hit points. Whatever. They have a d10 for their hit points. We'll roll those later. Proficiencies. Choose a fighter skill. So I think we need to give him, we need to go background first, right? Description, let's give him a background. He's not going to be acolyte, he's going to be a noble, right? He's going to have to probably be noble. He could be noble or mercenary veteran. I think I'm going to give him, what do we get from mercenary veteran? Athletics and persuasion. I think we're going to give him noble then. Knight of the Order. What does that give him? Persuasion, and then you choose a skill. Alright, maybe Knight of the Order could work. Class. So he would get persuasion, so then we could add athletics and exactly, Lysander. Well, that's interesting, Lysander, that in Elder Scrolls, orcs, elves, and dwarves all have a common ancestor. because in Tolkien, elves and orcs are taken and tortured elves. Dwarves are actually an entirely separate species created by their own god. I think I'm gonna go no. Well, that's the thing, Coldrake. I think he was of a noble family before his battlefield deeds. Talking about Adama, the character we're building. But I don't think he, he may be lower level nobility, but enough that he wouldn't be considered truly scandalous. It's probably like he's from a lower level noble family in the Western Territories, and they could get away with the fact that there's orc blood in the family because they don't need to really mention it. But now he's just noble enough to be, to not have been scandalous when he married Adama, right? Because he's a member of this triad, a spouse to the king, one of the two spouses to the king, and it would not be when Adama married Kalfani. It wouldn't have been. He's like just noble enough that it's considered. It wouldn't have been entirely talked about, mostly because his battlefield deeds outweighed his lower level nobility class. So Hawkeye, technically orc is a Germanic word in and of itself. So Tolkien couldn't copyright it the way he could Hobbit. Orc, his concept of orc is adapted and taken, and that's what we're using. But what is this? What is all this? Oh, that's all that falling out. So he used the actual Germanic here and used it appropriately. I don't know, like, it might have been a Saxon term. It's from an ancient language and therefore could not actually be copyrighted. But it's unlike Hobbit. But the definition that we all know of is based on Tolkien, and I'm going back to Tolkien. So what are we giving? We gave him athletics, and we should also give him. Wait, what does he get from? No, Knight of the Order. Oh, we were looking at Knight of the Order, and we should go. I was saying that we should go to Noble. Noble gives him history and persuasion. There we go. And then, so that gives the athletics. I think he should also get perception, right? Athletics and perception. Your fighter should be perceptive. At least to a level. Fighting style. Well, here's the thing. I think he is a defense. When you wear armor, you get +1 AC. Protection. When a creature you can see attacks a target other than you that is within 5 feet of you, you can use your reaction to impose this. So no, I think he's a shield fighter, and I think he fights protectively. Yeah, exactly. The original D&D adventure game in 1974, they took a lot of these Tolkien races and terms and used them, and the Tolkien estate was like, nah, man, that's copyright infringement. Sorry. Alright, so we're gonna go Protection Fighter. He gets Second Wind, Action Surge, Martial Archetype. We said Battle Master or Champion. I'm gonna go Battle Master. Because he already has the Protective Fighting style, so if we go with Protective Fighting style and then Battle Master and then add Shield Master, he's gonna be really good. Yeah, they keep changing from hobbits to halflings, and I'm like, yes, you learn maneuvers. Okay, Student of War. Artisan Tools. Yeah, Orcus is a very interesting god in the Romans, and he's a interesting creature individual. Um so, student of war, he gets artisan tools. So do I. I hope that series will be good. Calligraphy. I mean, I want to give him something different, which would be interesting. I like Pope's idea of calligraphy. Let's go with calligraphy. Let's go with maneuvers. Alright, so, well, alright, we've got a whole bunch of them. I think tactical assessment is just, you make an intelligence investigation or intelligence history or wisdom insight check. You can expand one superiority die and add the superiority die to the ability check. I mean, tactical assessment is a good option. But I mean, we've also have 9 choices because we've got up to, he's a level 16, so we've got a bunch of them. I think commanding presence, because he's, you know, a commanding presence. I think well, parry is one you should always have. When another creature damages you with a melee attack, you can use a reaction and expend one superior die to reduce the damage by... Yes, parry. Always take parry. If you're going Battle Master. And then riposte. Because parry and riposte go together. I am looking at you. The current members of the U.S. Olympic fencing team. Let's go with... What is Commander Strike? When you take the attack action on your turn, you forego one of your attacks and use a bonus action to direct one of your companions to strike. When you do so, choose a friendly creature who can... I don't think the Commander's Strike is a good one for him. Goading attack? Yeah, so that's the one there you would... Again, this goes with the protective style that he's fighting for. There was lots of flunging, Lysander, and there was even more parries without riposte. Like, and it was really bad in the epee. It was really bad in epee. Like, boom, and I'm like, and where's your second beat? Where's that beat? Oh, is the drop down not showing on the, is the drop down not showing? Is it too low? Oh, it is not showing. That's very weird. I don't know why that's happening. It could be because the drop down is considered a different window? That's really weird, Lysander. I don't know what that is. What's Rally give us? On your turn, you can use a bonus action, expend superior die to bolster the resolve of one of your companions. When you do so, choose a friendly creature. Maybe not. What about a precision attack? When you make a weapon attack against a creature, you expend one superior die to add to the roll. You can use maneuver before or after making the attack roll, but before any... Yeah, okay, there we go. Precision attack makes sense. Bait and switch, what's that? When you're within 5 feet of a creature on your turn, you can expend a superior die. Provide you at least 5 feet of movement, and the creature is willing and incapacitated. Okay. That would be something that I think would go with a protective fighter. What do we get? What do we get? Brace. When a creature you see moves into reach you have with a melee weapon you're wielding, you can use your reaction to expend and make one attack against the creature using that weapon. If the attack hits, then add the spirit die to the damage roll. Okay. That works. Yes, I'm gaming the game. Always gaming the game. Yes, they proprietor is the most efficient way of gaining points over property. I mean, it wasn't even that, Lysander. It was prioritizing the most efficient way to not get hit versus then getting points. Because that's the thing about a riposte, right? You've parried, and now you need to riposte. You parry the attack, and then you complete your own attack so that then you can get the points. Like, they go together. Yeah, it was lightning, lunge, point hit. Yeah, a lot of that. Evasive footwork. What does that give us? When you move, you can expend rolling the die and add the number rolled to your AC until you stop moving. What's a fainting attack? Faint. Advantage on your next attack roll against this creature this turn. If the attack hits, you add the superior die. So basically you spend your bonus action to get a advantage on your first attack roll against an opponent. Alright. So we're going to add the feat. And we know we want to give them Shield Master. Right? Shield Master. You use shields not just for protection, but also offense. So, yeah. To any dex saving throw. Yeah, alright, so Shield Master. Extra attack. Welcome in, Game Master's Vault. Welcome in. We're building an NPC. This is a Shield Lord Adama. He is the spouse of the King of Walaba. And he might be important in the game that I'm going to run. Okay, so we should choose an ability score improvement. We're going to give, we don't know beyond Dex and Constitution, just because. Know your enemy. Okay, ability score improvement. Do we want to take another feat or do we want to take more ability score? We should roll stats for him. We should roll stats for him, and then that will help us determine if we want more ability score improvements or, and look, I roll stats for my NPCs. I know there are some people out there who are like, no, I use standard array only, or no, I use the point by. Roll stats. We're gonna roll stats here. Alright. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? That's all we need? 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Cool. Yeah, talking about, that's right, debate club now. Let's throw as many talking points in as we can instead of actually having a debate against someone, which means I also need to be able to argue against them and be understood. Alright, so what have we got? We've got 12, 11, we've got 13, 11, well, we got a 15 and a 16, so we know that let's go over to our abilities. We know oh, that's because of previous rolls. We know we got a 15 and a 16. We're going to go 15 Constitution, or 16, 15 Constitution, 16 Strength. We're going to go, then we got a 12, a 13, and an 11, or 2 11s. 13, 12, and 2 11s. So we got the 13 in Dex, go 12, and 2 11s, right? That makes sense? Or actually, no, we should go 12 in Charisma because, reasons. Alright. So, that gives him a pretty decent strength bonus. And then the ability score improvement. Alright, so we should put one more in Constitution. Alright, so let's go to class. And in this next ability score improvement, we should take an ability score improvement and we put one in Constitution and one in Wisdom. And what does that give us? That gives us... Well, the thing is, this is a fighter, so they have more ability score improvements than any other class, because that's the thing that fighters get. And Wisdom saving throws are important. You're not wrong. Particularly against casters. So let's do... Is there any other feats we want? What is Fey Touched Wisdom? Nah. Let's give him a business ability score. You're right, we could go resilient. Ooh, we could go resilient. And go wisdom resilient. Or you could feat weapons master, you're right. What does that actually give you, though? Resilient and observant? I think both of those would go well, right? With our... I think resilient wisdom. And then the next one we go observant. And then we choose intelligence, probably. Nah, wisdom. We're boosting wisdom here. So we get... What does that give us for abilities, right? Let's look at our abilities. So we're at 18 for Constitution, 18 Strength, 14 Dex, 14 Wisdom, 12 Charisma, and 11 Intelligence. Yeah, it makes him a good battlefield technician. Exactly. Faye, we're building out Adama as a battle master, as a protective battle master. As a half-orc protective battle master. So it's relentless, which means if you start roll initiative and have no superiority die, you regain one superiority die, so you always have a superiority, at least one superiority die. I think... Well, what does Weapons Master give you? I don't remember what Weapons Master gives you. So increase your strength or dex by 1, so that we could increase the dex again by 1. Gain proficiency with 4 weapons of your choice. Each one must be a simple or martial weapon. Alright. So we'll increase dex. And give him a... Well, I mean, he already has proficiency in all of this, right? Because he's a fighter, so he has all proficiency in all weapons. So this really doesn't help him at the end. Except giving you a bonus to dex. We could go either Great Weapon Master or Heavily Armored. Heavy Armor Master. Ooh, we could go Alert. Yeah, we should give him Alert, right? +5 to initiative, you can't be surprised while you're conscious, and other creatures don't gain advantage attacks against you as a result of being unseen by you. I mean, Alert is never a bad thing. We could give him Alert. We could give him... What is Heavy Armor Master? Increase your strength by 1 while you're wearing heavy armor. Bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage that you take from non-magical attacks is reduced by 3. Yeah, I think alert is the way to go here. And then we need to roll 16d10. /R 16d10 for 84, right? So now his 84 HP for 148 HP. Apply. Okay. All right. Abilities. We got that set up. So now he's at an 18 strength, a 14 dex, an 18 con, an 11 intelligence, a 14 wisdom, and a 12 charisma. That's actually not bad. That's a pretty good run right there. We get noble. He gets a gaming set. I'm going to say dice or dragon chess. I think dragon chess is the way to go. He gets a language. Well, he gets common. He's going to get... He also knows orc. Oh, no, he gets that from his race because he's half-orc, so he knows another language. I think he's going to also know... It makes sense because of where Walaba is. Here... Right, come back, stay out of the way. Here, and this southern border, which is dwarves right here, along with Tenerique, I think he should also get dwarvish. I'm gonna give him dwarvish. He has a position of privilege, yes. I don't worry about any of the characteristics because that's all gonna be stuff that he gets. All of the wonderful starting equipment that he doesn't need. He doesn't need an amulet. Okay. He has chainmail, a martial weapon, and a shield. He has a longsword or battle axe. What do we think? I feel like he's a straight sword and board. Yeah, no, see, Coldrake, he has there's a racial status that's similar to Orcish Fury in what I get, that I give all my orc or half-orc characters based on the world that I build. That's a little bit different than that, and I'll read that to you in a second. I agree. I think he's just a straight good old sword and board. But he doesn't negate the fact that distance is a good thing. And an explorer's pack, which we don't really care about. Add starting equipment. He is not wielding this. He is getting rid of that. He is getting rid of that. He is getting rid of that. Longsword. Wield that. And then chainmail. Wear your chainmail. Wear your shield. He doesn't need the vestments because that is a thing. He has 2 mess kits because that's a thing that they couldn't fix. He doesn't need all of these possessions. We don't really care about possessions. And I'm not going to pay attention to things like, okay, so he starts with an 18 armor class. This is a pretty respectable fighter. He's doing pretty respectable here. He has disadvantage on stealth, but, you know, whatever. He has advantage on dex saves. +2 for his dex save. There you go. You know, he has a dexterity saving throw. And his initiative is +7, so there's that. Yeah, 18 before tricks, exactly. He's gonna be a big dude. Alright, so we need... I'm gonna pop this out, so you won't really be able to see it for a second, because I need to transfer data. So we know that his armor class is 18. Actually, no, we should change that, because he should actually have... He is the Shield Lord. He is also married to the king. We need to give him inventory. We need to look at his equipment. We need to look at his... We need to manage that inventory. We need equipment. We need to add items. Armor. Proficient. Let's give him magical armor, right? What is gleaming plate? Gleaming plate. It never gets dirty. It only makes his armor class 18. You know. Yeah, I was thinking, like, what if we give him adamantine scale mail? It drops his hand. That would not work. So what is it? Chainmail. 16, 13. Wow, that's, it's almost like you're lowering it. Well, the shield should also be included, right? Yeah, because it's 16 plus 2 is the shield. That's what it is. So the shield is... That's what's making it an 18. Okay, so that makes more sense. Okay, so anything that's 6... I don't think we have anything that's higher, unless we get +1 shield. Or maybe we give him a +2 shield, right? I think giving him a +2 shield makes sense. And... yeah, I think +1 can I just search? Is there a search type? Here. Shield +1. No, there's... alright. +1. No. It doesn't like that. Alright, so why don't we give him a +1 shield. Add to equipment. Cool. And then why don't we give him... plate... wait, hold on. Plate... magical... no, not container. Magical. We'll give him... what's mithril half plate gonna give him? So it starts at a 15, that's not gonna help him. We can give a +1 half plate, right? Or no, it's only... ooh, would we give him dwarven plate? Would it make sense? Plate is 19. Yeah, I think if we just give him a +1 plate, he would probably... I mean, because he's already going to have a disadvantage on dex for stealth. Yeah, we'll give him +1 plate. It was a wedding present, right? Fancy armor was wedding present. He could have mithril as a reward. This is true. He could have mithril as a reward. Magical armor. Mithril, what do we get from half plate? Mithril half plate is 15. Our mithril plate is 18. But if he gets +1 plate, he still has the disadvantage on stealth, but it goes much higher. Have a good night, Faye. Have an enjoy one. I think we're going to stick with the +1 plate. Wait, we're going to break this guy. We're going to give him +1 plate and the shield. And get rid of that shield. There we go. And the longsword, we're not going to worry about. And now his armor class is 22. Fight him. Literally. I think that would be bad. Alright, so. His armor class is 22. He has +1 full plate. His hit points are, what did we say his hit points are? 148. You know what? I'll round that up to 150 just for, because he's an NPC and I like round numbers. Because it's speed, 30 feet. His strength is an 18. His dex is a 14. Constitution is 18. Intelligence is 11. Wisdom is 14. And charisma is a 12. Yeah, dump that chainmail. Exactly. So he saves is +9. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, so strength saves is +9. Dex is +2. With con is +9. Intelligence is +0. Wisdom is +7. And charisma is +1. Yes, hey druid, hey cleric. Try and mess with him. He's got a +7. Alright, so he's +2 acrobatics, +2 animal handling, +0 arcana, +9 athletics. Deception isn't horrible. History he's proficient in. Wisdom, insight he's isn't horrible either. Intimidation he gets a +6 because you can do that. Hello, welcome in, Wally. We're building some NPCs. Yeah, we should also just, delete. There you go. Now he's not encumbered. Welcome in. We're building some NPCs. Wait, where is he on investigation? I have his investigation, right? Oh yes, this is for my homebrew world. For a game I'm going to be running on stream. We're building some NPCs. This is the wonderful map of the entire world that I drew. Can't you tell I'm a wonderful artist? Crit thinks that we're doing okay with it, so that's good. Intimidation, he gets a +6 because he actually has proficiency, and his charisma isn't horrible. +0 for investigation, +2 in medicine, +0 in nature, +7, +1, +6, +0. Where are we? Sleight of hand is +2. He is stealth. He gets +2. Survival. He gets +2. Cool. Damage vulnerabilities. He doesn't have any at the moment. Right? He doesn't seem to have any vulnerabilities. He doesn't have any resistances. Extras, notes, description, features and traits. Cool. Cool. Maneuvers, ability score. Oh, he does have dark vision. Dark vision, 60 feet. Languages are Orc, Common, Dwarvish. I mean, I'm also tweaking in 5th edition, and I like parts of it. I did enjoy 3 and 3.5, and I loved 2nd edition. I actually enjoyed 2nd edition. That's where I started playing. I even enjoyed portions of 4th edition. I think my biggest problem with 4th edition was really, really just the way people were playing and not the game itself. I like 5th edition, but I think there are like every edition, there are some things that are better than others and has, you know, things that are better. I mean, he doesn't have vulnerabilities, really. I'm building him as neither vulnerabilities nor resistances, right? He doesn't really have either of those things. Proficiency bonus is 5. It's 5, so does that. Okay. I'm not going to worry about his XP because that's not a thing I need to worry about. Yeah, it makes people easier to live as a first level character, but then we don't actually, but most people don't start at first level. You kind of only start at 3. And we were talking earlier about the sweet zone for where most games kind of stop is around level 6 or 7, which is sad, but $16d10 plus I need to just see this again. 16d10 plus 64. Yeah. There we go. Because what's the average? The total average is 156. Total fixed is 164. Yeah, so okay, so the average, 150 is not bad. Yeah, exactly, but that's a campaign that's been going for 2 years and going on, and it's a good that you can get to level 15 and level 11. Also, that's another great thing when not all the characters level the same way, but that's something that a lot of GMs, at least on stream, aren't doing, because it's easier when you say milestone, right? You set it as milestone, then everybody levels together, and you don't have to worry about it, and that's not always a good thing. Why is... Oh, I have a situational bonus. +3 when not incapacitated. Yeah, so his actual, so you add Shield Master here. Copy. Paste. +3, because he has a +3 shield. Yeah, and then... Exactly. Sometimes you don't have that. You don't have all of these things. And it doesn't always... You know, like, I'm not even talking about... I personally don't go into the mathematics of, like, XP differential for killing versus not killing. You know, how much damage did you do or not do to a fight. I think that can become a problem, but I think if you are doing different things, you might have different levels of XP, and I think that that's the thing that I will probably play with in this game. So that dex save becomes good. Bonus actions. We should give... Fainting attack. Copy. Paste. It is an attack. And... no, let's not make it an attack because then it becomes really complicated. Paste. Alright. Cool. Creature, you can have advantage on your next attack. Second wind. Always a good thing to have. Once per short rest, you can, you know, they get a short bonus action. +16. Cool, which is a 16. Yeah, once per short rest, he can... So, you know, that... A D10 plus 16 is not a small amount of HP he could recover. And then we can do Shield Master Shove. This is all his bonus actions. Because I like building NPCs as if they're player characters. I know, shoot me. Yeah, exactly. You need to be able to talk and, you know, converse and understand, like, I need to know where you're coming from here, guys. Alright, so that's all his bonus actions. Let's do his reaction. You know, fighting style protection, which makes sense because he's the shield lord. I don't build all of them. I mean, I will build some of them. Like the NPCs I'm currently building, I mean, I usually build a lot of the important NPCs that might be repeated. Before the very first game, like this. And, you know, it doesn't do any, you know, and because I stream and there are a number of my friends who are in this chat who I talk to about and play games with and have on occasion be a GM for, this isn't going to bother me. Like, I trust my players to, I don't worry about meta knowledge. For my players, it's not worth stressing over. But I try and do stuff like this before the very first game so that when I'm in the game, I can do that a lot easier. and they exist, and I just have to move things easier. Exactly. Hello, Grant! Grant, by the way, I can is my GM on the channel for our Zweihander game, which the first episode is still up on the VODs here. I haven't put it up on YouTube yet. It will be going up in the next couple days, probably tomorrow, depending on my life and how much I get. But we're playing a short shot of Zweihander, the Long Retreat, and I get to play a dwarf artillerist who also apparently, because of the way I rolled, has oh, thank you very much, I appreciate that plug. Dwarf artillerist who apparently is a dope-ass sharpshooter as well. And may have killed a person from very far away. Killed a couple people. I mean, in the lung and then in the throat. That was a thing. Pope is one of the players in that game. Also, I'm gonna tweak something else that I'm going to add this. I'm going to add parry riposte because they go together, and because this is an NPC, I can do things that aren't really part of the normal rules. I'm gonna say that because the maneuver for parry is when another creature damages you with a melee attack, you can use your reaction and expend one superior die to reduce the damage by the number you roll on your superior die. Alright, so I'm going to say, if you if a Dama successfully parries an attack, he may automatically attempt to repost as part of the same reaction. There you go. Haha. We're making a battle master. We are making a battle master. This particular battle master is Shield Lord Adama. He is the spouse, one of the spouses of King Kalfani. They're both young, and they're early. Kalfani is a young 30. Maybe Adama is a year, maybe older, perhaps. And in Walaba, which is the country that we're currently building, which is this country here on this beautiful map that I have drawn, is they practice polyamory for the ruling, at least for the ruling family. I probably have some polyamorous multi spousal relationships outside of the ruling family, but the ruling family, the king is the king and or queen, because they practice gender neutral primogeniture, which means the firstborn, regardless of their gender, inherits the throne. They always have both a male and a female spouse for religious reasons, to represent both the male and female divine deities. But yes. Yeah, and I gave them, Tom, you'll appreciate this. I gave them the, because they're an NPC, they can parry riposte. If they successfully choose parry successfully, they can automatically riposte, because a parry and a riposte go together. Unlike whatever the hell the US Olympic epee team was doing this year. Because, yeah. And it doesn't, is part of the same reaction. That's what I'm saying here. And then Shield Master Evasion. If an effect allows half damage on success, you can use your reaction and take no damage. Yes, you are a Shield Master and you are boss. Alright. Cool. So that gives them all the evasion. Parry makes me sad because it does, yeah, because it doesn't boost your AC. But he already has a killer AC at 22. But then again, he is building him as a level 16 NPC, and he has +1 plate. He has +1 plate and a +1 shield, and he's just like, nah, I show up and I'm a boss. And his actions. What can I do for action? He can, maneuvers. Why can't I can't spell in English. I can't spell in any language, but I definitely can't spell a word that isn't really an... He can attack, but most importantly, he has superiority die. He has 60-10 that he recovers on a short rest. There you go. I think that is everything I need to add to our wonderful okay. So let's see if this works. All right, let's see if this works for our dear Shield Lord Adama. Character. Hi. There you go. Boom, boom. Now it looks clean and pretty and not crazy. There you go. I use a Shield Master, which means on a dex save you can add 3, which means if you like, he will be wonderfully... What are we... Oh, I didn't do... I need to put his attack. His long sword is an attack... Wait, long word. No, long sword is his attack. It is a melee attack. It is a reach of 5 feet. What is the greatest thing that 5e does better than any other edition before? Ooh, I don't... Warcaster got a big boost in 5e. I don't know that there's any one thing that they did better. Bards. Wait, I'm sorry. Why am I doing this hard? Bards are better in 5e than in any other edition. Because in AD&D and second up till 2nd edition, you had to multi-class between thief and mage and caster to become a bard, and that was a specialization, and that was really complicated to hit one target. To hit is... What is his attack? His attack is +9. Damn. He gets a +9. On a hit, it is... Wait. Oh, because it's either 1d8 plus 4 for slashing, and or plus 4, or 1d10 plus 4 for wait, what is all slashing? Wait, hold on. Cancel? What is this? Oh yeah, because it's a versatile weapon. There we go. It's a versatile weapon, so it can... Yeah, Bards and Barbarians got the biggest glow up. So it's all slashing. I should give him a magic. It doesn't need a description. It is a martial, versatile. Oh, what does it mean to be? It could be either one-handed or two. Because you can use your dex or your strength. All right. You can improvise. What? Where are we getting that? Yeah, its properties is versatile. Yeah, there you go. Cool. Now he has his attack in there, finally. He is attacked with a 23, and the damage is... Wait. Attack and attack. And then damage. Wait, where's the damage in this? Okay. Nope, that's... Where's the damage? Where do I... Oh. That word. Oh, there, I gotta click the word. Haha, I'll figure it out. I'm learning Roll20 again. It's great. I've spent a whole shit ton of time on other systems to relearn Roll20. 8 slashing plus 10 slash. It's not plus, right? It's either or. And I think that will be the one problem. That's gonna bother me. I think he doesn't wield it. Well, no, he has to wield it one-handed because he has a shield. So it will always be 1d8. Unless he loses his shield and then it becomes 1d10. But it'll always be a shield. You know, he's going to wield it 1d8. For 11 slashing. Okay, that makes sense. And we'll play with giving him a fancy weapon later. I also... Legendary and lair actions are good. I like those. I think that they can get a little weird in sometimes. Okay, so we've created Lord Shield Lord Adama. He's pretty dope. He's pretty dope. Ooh, he can even roll the saves in here. Ooh, that's great. Roll initiative 10 plus. Wait, what? What is his initiative? Why is his initiative broken? Where's his initiative? Where is that? Add, oh, because the dex for the tiebreaker. Okay, so don't do that. That's what I did wrong. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. Yeah, there are a lot of rules they keep adding, and 5th edition is becoming very heavy in a lot of splat books the way 3rd is, so I'm betting the new edition comes soon, or a compilation edition of some stuff. I mean, we understand the existence of splat books is to sell to players, because you have more players than you have GMs. This is a thing. We all know it. We get sad about it, but it does cause some issues. So there are things that are across multiple books, which is why I don't, like, if you can invest in D&D Beyond, hashtag not sponsored, but if you can invest in D&D Beyond, it is not a bad deal, because if you can get, like, the Legendary Edition or whatever, which is an obscene amount of money, it gives you access to all of those books. Or you get just the core 3 or whatever, but... Alright, so we made Adama. He is, I think, very cool. We should make the other 2 spouses at the moment. I should add a folder, because this is going to be Walaba NPCs, because I'm going to have to do that. You know this, right? Alright, so... Yeah, I missed some of the special classes, but at the same time, a lot of 3.5, you got really chunky in that you had to... You have to end up with a lot of planning in advance of where you want to be to take X thing to get X place. And Trooper was saying this. It doesn't, because of that, and because of that advanced planning that you kind of have to invest in starting at level 1 before you even get to the upper levels, it means that you can't necessarily make as many choices. You were discouraged in 3 and 3.5 and even in Pathfinder from making certain choices based on RP. Like, I don't want to necessarily make the optimal mechanical choice here. I don't want to take this feat because I want to do this thing based on RP. I think 5e suffers from some of that. I think the biggest problem I have with 5e is that it suffers from the let's make everybody special so that nobody's special. And I see a lot of that in things like, well, like, think about, right? Let's look at fighters, okay? We've added Eldritch Knight, a Psy Warrior, a Rune Knight, all of these things to add casting to a class that doesn't traditionally have casters, and to make them more, because the concept became, well, you don't need to have the perfect party balance, you can just have whatever you want and everybody can do something, and everybody wants to spell cast, and that's why we're going to give everybody spellcasting. And I think that's a downside to currently 5e that I'm not a big fan of. Yeah, so Pope, it's like you have a character who's in 5e, I've leveled a great deal based on RP. I have a character who has 3 different classes and he isn't lagging behind. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, I don't feel that there's... It's a lot more jack of all trades and very little specialization, except for things like the difference between arcane and divine magic. And yeah, exactly. Everyone can do healing. Bards have always been able to pick up healing word, but like everybody else can be picking up extra. That was weird. Alright, so we have Shield Lord Adama. We need to add... So are we going to do the king or the wife? Should we do Kalfani or Zakia? They didn't even turn prestige classes into archetypes. That's the thing. Is like, they took pieces of what were prestige classes and added those to archetypes, but it doesn't have the same weight that prestige classes did. So I'm going to put up a new poll because I like the polls. I think they are fun and they give me time to stand up and stretch. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a new poll. Who should we build? Who should we build? And then you're going to have 2 options. Option 1, King Kalfani, and his command is just going to be king. And then option 2, I haven't decided if she's a queen in her own right. I don't know that she is. I think I'm just gonna give her currently consort. No, I need to give her an actual. I haven't decided what her title is, so we're just gonna call her consort. Or we'll call her queen for right now. Queen Zakia. And we're gonna say vote queen. And this time I will not mess up the commands. Wait, grabbed the wrong thing. That wasn't supposed to move. Hi. My overlay was not supposed to move like that. I'm gonna go on a quick break so that I can stretch bio, all of that good stuff. And while we do, I'm going to run the poll, and we will see who we build next when we come back. All right. See you in about 5 minutes, everybody. I'm gonna run the ad break while we're gone. So there you go. I'll be right back. Right. Hello, everyone. How are you? That would be the problem. There we go. The poll was hidden. Let's fix that. Alright, how we doing, everybody? How we feeling? Life doing you okay? We back? We ready? We stretched? We feeling alright? So, a lot of things happened. Hey, Cassie, welcome in. Let me close the poll. Let me complete the poll. Like, I don't even know why, because there wasn't a vote. There was a unanimous vote, I should say. And we'll be building Queen Zakia next. I should also point out that another poll just closed, and despite somebody's aggressive campaigning, aggressive last-minute campaigning, Team Brunch did not win. Team Night won. So this game will be on Saturday nights after Mekton, which means I now have a date to do something with. But we are talking about, I'm just checking back into the chat, seeing what everybody was talking about while I was gone. Yeah, crunch is... See, I don't mind crunch, which is mathematics used for game mechanics, if it serves story. Like, if... A lot of people say that it's very easy to say that Interlock, which is the system that R. Talsorian uses for Witcher, Cyberpunk, Mekton, all of those games can be considered crunchy, but it's not. The actions and the math serve the story, right? Like, the fact that there are defensive actions, people could say would be crunchy, but it's not overwhelming, and it uses that crunch to serve the story. I think there are portions in 3.5 and Pathfinder, definitely, where the mathematics and the crunch stopped serving the story and slowed the game to a point where the number of if-then conditions for each action became so overwhelming that you, as a player in a GM, couldn't necessarily determine what was supposed to be happening in any given moment. That's my problem with excessive crunch. Okay, well, asking Pope a question could break everybody's chat. Anna Geek, you're not alone. Now we're talking about Mech Warrior, which I'm behind. Yeah, victory goes to Knight. Jim says, oh, well, alas, I will be running Invisible Sun during that time. Oh, well, you know, I will just have it VODs. You can watch all of the VODs. Exalted 2nd and 3rd edition is... Exalted anything after 1st edition is bad crunch. Warhammer 4th edition is bad crunch. Warhammer 2nd edition fantasy, Warhammer 2nd edition fantasy, good crunch. Warhammer Fantasy 4th edition, just not good. Yeah, it's 3 or 4 that will run at the same time now. Yeah, sorry, Crit. It just means that I'll have to have VODs, and I have VODs, and then I put them up on YouTube, and people can go join the YouTube and subscribe and like and do all of those things that you're supposed to do on YouTube that I'm supposed to shill about, but, you know, I don't do well enough sometimes. Because I should also point out that I am now at 91 subscribers. I just need 9 more, and then I'll be at 100 subscribers, and I can brand name the channel. It's a thing. Oh yeah, Twitch is just weird sometimes. It just is. All right, so we've got Queen, although I'm putting it in quotations because not because I might change her title. Queen Zakia. Only in mine. Cool. Save changes. Hey, Queen Zakia, you can go under Wallabin NPCs. Character sheet. This is create an NPC. There we go. All right. Queen Zakia. And here's the thing. I think what would be interesting, right? I think one of the things that we should do is have a good night, Wally. Thanks for hanging out with us for a little while. I'll be posting the VODs of this on the YouTube eventually, probably sometimes later in the week. So what I'm thinking is we... there we go. What? No. Oh, that's the appearance. Sorry. An oracle? Well, here's the thing. Wallaba... It is considered the norm for those who become rulers to choose both a male and female partner for both children and to represent the male and female deities within the pantheon when the ruler participates in religious rites. So, I know that Kalfani will be a cleric. Kalfani is going to go cleric. Paramore begins playing on my playlist as the Queen build begins. That's on brand. That's on brand. So we know that. Well, first we know that she is human. We know that she's human. She doesn't have any marks, so we're gonna go variant human. There you go. Okay, then we chain languages. Let's give her... I think she should also speak Dwarvish because of the of how close they are to... Oh, well, hold on. I'm deleting everything because that's what I need to do. Before I forget anything, I'm just going to go back and delete everything. Confirm. Abilities, description. We're going to make her a noble, but we'll come, but we could give her the same. Yeah, so we don't give her Dwarvish because she already is going to get that from noble. Why don't we give her Elvish? Be different. Yeah, feet human. Yep. Yeah, Hawk, I understand that. Let's say... So here's the thing. What do we want her to be? We know that Adama is a fighter. And... Kalfani, the king, is a cleric. So what do we want to do with our... Queen? Paladin's an option being thrown out there. I don't feel paladin, however. I don't think Zakia is a paladin. Rogue? Rogue is interesting. Barbarian's interesting. Mastermind Rogue would be very interesting with the noble background. Have her be the spy master. But that's really kind of too cliche, particularly when you get into a lot of things about a large number of, in fantasy worlds, the women who have power become spy masters, and it's a limitation looking at you, Game of Thrones. Yeah, I mean, she's gonna have etiquette as a burn-in thing, even if you don't have to be a bard. I kind of like Barbarian's an interesting choice. I like the go back and forth about the Mastermind Rogue because I kind of feel like that's too. Yeah, it gives you many languages and it basically makes you another spy. I just feel like that's. I want to do something totally unexpected with her. Keep going back to Barbarian. Oh, you know what would be dope as fuck? Because they're also gonna be, she's also gonna be level 16. Why don't I do multi-class Bard or Barbarian Druid? What do we think? What do we think? Yeah, Pope, I mean, Ranger Druid is a good... That's another option. I like Ranger Druid. Or Ranger Barbarian. I like Ranger Barbarian, because, again, Walaba is here, north of Tenerique, so there's large and open plains next to the halflings that are part of the Empire of Varum, which basically kind of extends itself and keeps reaching further south. Yeah, I think, I mean, like, I don't want to give too much away, because there are people here in chat who will A, watch, and B, know people. So I'm thinking either Ranger Barbarian. I think Ranger Barbarian would be a good way to go, actually. I'm gonna add that. And I'm gonna do level 16, so I'm gonna do, if I do 6, what does that give me? That gives me up to an extra attack, a fighting style, primeval awareness. So what does level 7 give you? Nothing. Level 8 gives you stuff. So if we go to level 8 in Ranger and then do... Oh, I have to put the... I forgot. I have to put in abilities before... Wait, we need to roll stats! Yes, because you can't multi-class until you put stats in. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'm going to re-roll that 6 because she's an NPC and I can. 7. Alright. So 1, 16, 14, 10, 13, 14, 10. Alright, so the 16 is going to go in dexterity. The 14 is going to go in wisdom. 16, 14, 10, 13. Oh, there's another 14. So that other 14 is going to go in Constitution, and then Shigan Strength is 10, Intelligence 13, and Charisma 13. Right? There you go. Alright, so now we go back to class, and I can go add another class. And go... Oh, the strength isn't high enough. She can't be a barbarian. You know what? Screw it. Getting rid of that 10. All 13s. Because I can. And I just won't put any ability score bonus in that. Alright, so let's go with... Let's do the... Let's roll hit points first. Dash R 8d8 plus 8d12. 80? That's not bad for hit points, actually. What does that give? Wait, how does she have a minus 12 from... Oh, that was previous. So... She's well under the average. I'm gonna give her... I'm gonna round up here. I'm gonna give her 115. Bump her up, which makes her 100... Well... Yeah, 147, which isn't horrible. Oh, go Monster Slayer 10 and then Ancestral Guardian 6. What does that give us? Because 8, Feral Instinct, we want Feral... By 7th level, your instincts are so honed that you have advantage on initiative rolls. I mean, that level 7 advantage is nice, but... Yeah, so we can just take it down to level 6. Confirm. And then bring this up to level 10. I'm gonna give her some more, like 147, I think. So give her 3 more, so it's 118, so that she ends up at 150. Oh, 10 is high in place sight. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I like that. All right, so let's do the barbarian stuff first, because barbarian is easier, for lack of a better term. Hit points. There we go. Proficiencies, rage, unarmored defense. And we'll come back to that. Primal Path. What were we saying? Ancestral Guardian? What does that give us? Starting when you choose this path at 3rd level, spectral warriors appear when you enter your rage. While you're raging, the first creature you hit with an attack on your turn becomes the target of the warriors, which hinder its attacks. Until the start of your next turn, the target has disadvantage on any attack roll that isn't you. I mean, that's fair. That's pretty dope. We'll come back to the ability score improvement because things. Let's go back to race now. Alright, so we should up strength and charisma with this. Strength and charisma with that first ability score. Gain proficiency and a skill. Well, she has history and persuasion from being noble. I think we should give her give her perception, medicine or perception. Ooh, investigation. Well, what is her intelligence? Because it shouldn't be horrible, right? Her intelligence is a 13. Okay, let's give her... Yeah, no, because you can take that as a... I'm thinking investigation or insight. Investigation or insight. But everybody likes nature. Alright, we can give her nature. And you get a feat. I think she is also observant. Because, you know, she's royal. I also think I might give her Warcaster. But observant. There you go. Class. Alright. So, proficiencies. She is gonna get insight, perception, and stealth. Favored enemy. Mmm. 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 Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Well, plant, beasts is one that we're gonna go with. There's a lot of things that are bordering along with, the great fort, you know, the large forest that borders there. There are a number of things in that forest. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm also gonna give her, it's not a surprise that there are evil plants. She speaks Sylvan. Natural Explorer. You have natural environment. Difficult terrain doesn't... Okay, so what do I get? Forest. Mountains. And grasslands. There you go. You don't have any problems. Fighting style. What is Druidic Warrior? You learn 2 cantrips of your choice from the Druid spell list. No, she's not doing that. Blind fighting. Not for this particular character. I'll be on brand and give her archery. Spellcasting. What is your wisdom? Wisdom is the spellcasting ability. Ooh, wait, hold on. Okay, yeah, I put the 14 in that. 14, 16, 14, 14, 14. We have 14s across the board and other places. Class. Class features. And your archetype. We're saying... What are we saying we're going with here? There's a large number of things that exist in that forest. Some very dark and disturbing things. Some perhaps... things that are not so good. Monster Slayer is what we were thinking. Monster Slayer, at 3rd level you learn an additional spell when you reach certain levels in this class. Protection from great evil, Zone of Truth, Magic Circle, Banishment, Hold Monster. Interesting choice. Hunter Sense, Flayer's Prey. Yes, your Hunter's Mark. The most forgotten Slayer's Prey. Or Hunter's Mark. Well, Slayer's Prey is better because you don't have to cast the spell Hunter's Mark. But you still have to remember to use your bonus action to do it. I think we're going to take an ability score improvement here. And we're going to boost Wisdom. We're just going to double boost Wisdom on this one. So now Now we're at 16 dex and a 16 wisdom. There we go. And then on this other one, we're going to take a feat. And I think we should take alert or skill expert, sharpshooter. Sharpshooter. That's what we're going with. Yeah, so take that -5 to get the +10 bonus. Now our barbarian stat things. Hit points, proficiency, range, danger sense, primal path, ancestral protectors. Alright, so now we should boost... gonna just do a straight dex boost to this. An extra attack. A fast movement. As long as you aren't wearing... Your speed increases by 10 feet. So that's good. Beginning at 6th level, your guardian spirit that aids you can provide supernatural protection to those you defend. If you're raging, another creature you can see within 30 feet of you takes damage. You can use your reaction to reduce that damage by 2d6. That's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah, we're gonna go dex here. Probably. And then spells. You currently know limited number of spells. How many spells do I get to know? 6. So I'm going to take 2 first level... Ooh. I'm going to take 1 third level spell. And, you know, some of these might give you kind of ideas about things. And what goes on. Hello, Out of Dice. Welcome in. We're building some NPCs that will be part of this new campaign that I'm running soon. Welcome to the channel. I'm your friendly neighborhood Prax. Glad you could join us. For reasons, well, they're just NPCs at this point. Nobody knows if they're evil or not, because that would be spoilers. I'm just building NPCs. Nobody knows. They are currently, we're building Queen Zakia. She is one of the 2 spouses of the King Kalfani of Walaba, which, this is my wonderful map. This is my wonderful hand-drawn map. Isn't it beautiful? Thank you. I understand. I did it. This is an entire continent. This is the country of Walaba. This is the country that we're building the current royal, current rulers of. And Queen Zakia is one of the 2 spouses of King Kalfani. The other being Shield Lord Adama. And we built him previously. Look, I do not mind if somebody wants to draw me a better map. I freely acknowledge that I made this on stream, freehand, with the brush, in Roll20. I am not... I am better at plotting and understanding where things go, but yes, I acknowledge my artistic failings. Thank you. Thank you for that. Alright, so I'm going to give her non-detection as her 3rd level spell. Yeah, and we've decided to go Ranger Barbarian for Queen Kalfani. And there's a reason why she would take non-detection as a queen. Alright, so then that's her that is her third level spell. What is her second level spell? Her second level spell should be... Look, do we go with what everybody goes with? What's Cordon of Arrows? You plant 4 pieces of non-magical ammunition. Oh, duration is 8 hours. Arrows or crossbolts in the ground within range and lay magic on them to protect an area until the spell ends. Whenever a creature other than you comes in 30 feet of the ammunition for the first time. Oh, hell no. She's going to take this spell. She's taking Cordon of Arrows, and she's going to take... Look, does she have to take Pass Without a Trace? Does she have to? No, she's going to take Silence. There's a reason you take Silence. Oh, but Silence is a concentration spell. Well, it just means that that particular... She's casting Silence, she's not raging. She doesn't need Hunter's Mark because she has Slayer's Mark. Longstrider, you touch a creature, creatures by 10 feet. I mean, Snare, when you cast the spell, you use the rope to create a circle. I still have 3 spell slots. Well, Absorb Elements is always a good thing, and because it's a non-concentration spell... Oh, that'd be great. You move like the wind until the spell ends. Your movement doesn't provide opportunity attacks, but it's a concentration spell, which isn't what I want. I don't think she's going to take Goodberry for reasons that are complicated. I love the idea that she casts Snare outside the royal quarters and the guards have to avoid it. And it's a training exercise. And the last spell is going to be a 2nd level spell, and it's going to be... Well, it's actually... See, in out of dice, before I did this, and before I actually went back to law school, my undergraduate degree is in classical languages and literatures with a concentration in ancient Greek, and basically effectively a minor in linguistic anthropology. So I have a much more varied inspiration for a large number of the countries that I build. Walaba itself is more sub-Saharan Africa. Tenerique is North Africa leading into Arabia. Cortel is Hispaniola, or not Hispaniola because that's an island, a specific one. The Iberian Peninsula, Spain, Portugal, a little bit of that kind of north of that western, that northern Africa and Morocco a little bit. Saling here is Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Myanmar, Burma, whichever it wants to be, Thailand. The Orc territories are large, vast plainland that kind of lead into very heavily wooded areas that are very inspired by both Ottoman Turks and Mongolia. Novigur is Nordic inspired, and I guess I should also say that Saling is a theocracy run by a currently woman called the Great Lady. Norvigur is your Nordically inspired fjord area. There's a massive fjord, and is a matriarchal society. The Empire of Varum, which is most of the rest of this area of the map, is a joint empire between humans and dwarves, and halflings are kind of been subsumed into this area. Quasi-inspired by Germanic and other areas. And then down here is the last bastion of the elves, Yaraba, which is not really inspired by anything so much as the Silk Road, and all of it kind of mashed together. It's a very interesting thought process. But yes, that is where I am at the moment. Oh yes, and I should also mention Skellige halflings live on an island, which is a big, huge barrier island on this side of of the Empire of Varum, and they are pirate halflings, basically. They have trade routes with other countries, but they don't really like the Empire, and so, privateers are a thing. But I wanted pirate halflings, so I have pirate halflings. We're back to Zakia and her build. Okay. Do I have all my spells? No, it's a second level spell. It's protection from poison. How long does that last? An hour. Yeah. She would have protection from poison. For reasons. Have a good night, Jim. Have a good one. Alright, so we know her spells. There you go. We have the abilities. Okay. 16 wisdom, 14 charisma, 14 intelligence. Yeah, being royal good enough would be... yeah, there's a lot of... You can see where some of these going. Okay, and those are the variant human benefits. Alright, description. Noble background. Again, keeping the Dutch... keeping the dwarvish, because again... this southern border between Wolaba and Tenerique is a dwarvish mountain range, and there's a major settlement of dwarves here, which is about the only one that people acknowledge, the only one that anyone knows about outside of the Empire of Varum. Cool. Equipment, she does not wear. Remove that. Remove that. Remove that. Get rid of the shield. Instead, let's add items. Let's add armor. Not common and not container. And it would be stuff that she's proficient in. And let's go with... I think she should wear Mithril. What's the Sentinel Shield? It's +2. I think she has Mithril chain shirt, or half plate, or scale mail. I think she got Mithril scale mail as a wedding present. Sure. I should do this. There we do. There you go. This is the rough shape. This is the other continent that was exploded in a war between good wizards and evil wizards, and when you use dragons as weapons of mass destruction, they end up, basically causing a super volcano that shadows No, Hawkeye. Mithril is unique in that even with heavy armor, you don't suffer the penalty from heavy armor penalties. Ooh, would that... Mithril itself isn't heavy armor, so we don't have to go all the way to heavy armor. Yeah, and the light blue dots are the roads that are connected. The heavy blue lines are the rivers that kind of work. Yeah, that was a thing. Coastline, harbors. So, if we went... Yeah, mithril is a light flexible metal. If the armor normally imposes disadvantage on dexterity checks, it has a strength has a strength requirement. The mithril version of the armor doesn't. So she could get all the way to scale mail. I don't think she would wear half plate. I would say a chain shirt, right? Like a chain shirt would make sense, unless we go with a +1 chain shirt. Elven chain is beautiful, but she's not getting that. So +1 chain is 14, but leather is light armor, chain shirt is medium armor, hide is medium armor. What is Mizium? I think suit of armor is reinforced magically enhanced metal alloy, which is made of. Is it found from wearing critical hit against you becomes a normal hit if added to. Yeah, we're not giving her magic armor. We're just gonna give her either +1 leather or a mithril chain shirt. Would have the same AC. Or hide. Let's go with mithril chain shirt. Let's go with a mithril chain shirt. Add that. And then let's give her a weapon. Let's give her a bow. There we go. Let's go with longbow. We can give her a +1 longbow. What's a longbow of warning? Well, the weapon is on your person. You have advantage on initiative rolls. No, because she's already... Yeah, let's give her a +1 longbow. There we go. She gets a +1 longbow. Where wield. There we go. And then let's see what else we get from that. Okay, cool. Features and traits. There we go. Okay, so if she's not wearing armor at all, it's 10 plus dex plus con. So dex is 4 plus con is 6, so it's 16 armor, which is what she gets when she wears armor. So right now it's the point of like, we'll just leave her in the armor because it's the exact same as if she is not wearing the armor, but I could see that being a benefit later. Okay. Alright, so. Hey Simon, welcome in. Building some NPCs at the moment. You can. Other people are in here. And Saturday night won the deal. That's the answer. Saturday night won the poll. Team Knight wins. Yes, Team Knight won. But yeah, this is Queen Zakia, who ignore the image and everything else. But all right, Queen Zakia, and I'm gonna pop this out so I can edit, take all of this build that we did on D&D Beyond, gorgeous build that we did on D&D Beyond, and put it in Roll20. Her walking speed is 40 feet. Where does the speed go? 40 feet. Her hit points are 150. I'm not going to do the math on putting the formula in. Her AC is 16. Mithril. What is it? What is she wearing? Her mithril chain shirt. Same when unarmored. Simon, quick question regarding what I told you about. Yes, but not right this second. Thank you, Simon. I appreciate that. I might do that in the near future. Near future, as in maybe later. Her strength is 14. Strength is 14. Dex is 18. Con is 14. Int is 14. Wisdom is 16. And charisma is 14. Strength, and then the saves. She has... Okay, go lurk while you do dishes. Also, interesting things that you did today. With Fruity Pebbles stuff. +7. +9. +2. +2. +3. +2. Okay. And she has skills. A lot of them. Like, so many skills. Alright, let's see where she's at with skills. We have +4. +3. +2. All the way through Deception. And a +7 in history. I mean, she's noble. She should know stuff. +8 in insight. She noble. She should be able to. +2 in intimidation. +2 in investigation. +3 in medicine. She naturey. So there you go. +8. +2. +7. For that +9 to your stealth is always good. She does not have a disadvantage on stealth. Alright. She condition immunities. She... Oh, I guess that's the place where we're gonna put it. Advantage against plants that are magically created, or what is it? Magically created or manipulate, like paste. Cool. Spellcasting NPC Has bonus actions, spell casting ability, wisdom, magic caster level 10, spell save DC mod, global magic attack. What is the spells? Here we go. +3. DC. DC mod. Okay, so they're okay. All right. Cool. Has reactions. Whisper toggle. Show. Okay. And then also I need to add the languages. All right, so she's got that, but then she also has she does not have dark vision. Passive, okay, and her passive perception is godlike at a 23. Passive insight 18. Passive investigation is a 17, which I very rarely see anybody remember to use passive investigation. I see frequently passive insight and passive perception, right? But I don't see a lot of GMs remember that passive passive investigation is a thing. So common, dwarvish, elvish, primordial for reasons, Sylvan for more reasons. Proficiency bonus. That's the initiative. Where's your proficiency bonus? +5. All right. You get features and traits. Barbarian features. What is the... You may rage because she is a barbarian. But that's a bonus action, so I'll put that under bonus actions. Okay. So class... Let's go to racial features. Ability score, none of that is important. You are observant. So, yay. Observant is... Come on, why are you not giving me feats? Observant. Yeah. I'm gonna put the sharpshooter under actions, because that's part of an attack. Copy. Paste. There we go. And then add a longbow to the deal. And actions, attacks. Longbow. This is an attack with your longbow. It is a ranged attack. Its range is 150 Yeah, because it's a +1 longbow. That's right. I gave her a +1 longbow because to hit is a +12. Oof. There we go. One target. On a hit, it is 1d8 plus 5. 1d8 plus 5. Piercing. There we go. Time says, step 1, give character +9 to history. Step 2, imagine the history for character to have +9 in. Step 3, ensure that the history is taught better in this world than in ours. See, I did, yes, I saw some brief pieces in and out, but I was a little busy today, so I didn't get to see a lot of Trooper stream. So I missed that. Actions. Hunter's Sense. Cool. Copy this. Add this to actions. Hunter's Sense. Paste. Done. Boom. Oh, I love when I can do that. Primeval Awareness. I mean, having a barbarian ranger as your wife/bodyguard would be pretty dope, I think, mechanically speaking. You know. Bonus actions. Bonus actions. Over here, please. Bonus actions. You may rage. Cool. Rage. Which, of course, must be in all caps, right? If you are adding this to a thing, if you are posting about rage, it must be in all caps. Cool. If you're raging, don't you get a bonus for damage, too? 2 individuals who bodyguard real well. Yep. You have resistance. The advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. You add a bonus to the damage die that increases as you gain. So it's a +2 right now. But only to melee attacks. But only to melee strength weapons. You know what? I'm gonna give her that, though, because I think that she deserves it on this. When raging, Zakia may add rage bonus, because it's only a +2 at the moment to bow ranged attacks. And then Slayer's Prey. Yeah, the hyper-focused tunnel vision kicks in. Yeah. No one gets this close. No one gets close to this king. Exactly. Between a protective battle master and a barbarian ranger spouses, he's very protected, and which is a good thing because I know a lot of things about him. So it's an extra 1d6. Takes an extra each time that you hit the target with a weapon attack. Oh, it keeps going. Walks in and casts Misty Step. Oh, really? That doesn't mean anything. He can still be within range. I need to add 1d6 to that. Or actually, I should do this here. Get rid of this. Do 1d6. 1d6. No. Which is, prey damage. I'm just gonna keep that prey damage. Let's see if this works. So if we go to the roller and we go over here so you can actually see what happens in the roller. If I click longbow, it rolls a 21. Ooh, that hit. So a 7 is the d8. And the plus... So 7 plus 2, if they're raging, is 9. Plus 4 is 13. That's not bad. Oh, yeah. Max. So 13 plus 2 is 15 plus 4. 15 plus... 13 plus 2 is 15 plus 6 is 21. So their max damage around raging is 21. Not round, attack is 21 point. Max damage would be 21 points an attack. And they get an extra attack, right? Don't they have an extra attack already? Features and traits. Oh, I need to add the ancestral protectors. Ancestral protectors. Copy. Paste. Cool. Fast movement increased. Extra attack. You can attack twice instead of once whenever you are in a... Yeah, because of the barbarian, we have an extra attack. Oh, and spirit damage. Spirit shield. Oh, that's a reaction, though. That's gonna go here. So... I haven't done reactions yet. I'll come back to reactions. Did I put hunters? Yes, I did. So, technically, this is interesting. There's an extra attack from Ranger and an extra attack from Barbarian. I would say that that would stack so you could have 3 attacks around. That could be wonderful. There you go. Between oh, that's really nice. So Slayer's Prey, supernatural defense. whenever the target of your Slayer's prey forces you to make a saving throw, and whenever you are grappling with them, you get an extra d6 to your roll. That's really nice. Then we get hide in plain sight, which probably is not going to be something that they use. Oh, good morning! Yes, it is. It is 1 o'clock in the morning. Well, it's 10 minutes to 1 here, so that means it's what, like 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning where you are time? Happy morning. I mean, did you get any sleep tonight? Did you? Oh, yeah. Bonus actions. I did bonus actions. Now I need reactions. Other. Hide in plain sight, supernatural defense, limited use, rage, hunter sense. Okay, reactions. Spirit shield. Welcome in, Valexian. We're building some NPCs. Working right now on Queen Zakia, one of the spouses of the King of Walaba in my homebrew world. Who is a... Oh, yes, the ad. I'm sorry. I can't control those. I wish I could. Is that a react? No, that's a reaction, so that doesn't go there. That... There we go. Easy fix. Reaction. Spirit shield. Can reduce your attack by 2d6. Welcome in, welcome in. We are building Queen Zakia, who is one of the spouses of the King of Walaba, which is the country here on my map that I drew. It is a stunning map. I think it is very special. Ideas are always welcome. I may not take them, and I'll explain to you why, but ideas are always welcome. And I will always talk with other people. This particular homebrew world is going to be a little interesting because I want to experiment with some things that I like that I don't think a lot of people are playing with, at least when it comes to 5th edition. A lot of that comes to the way in which you have wait. It is a spellcasting wisdom. She doesn't have... Alright. Doesn't have cantrips. First level spells. Play with alignment. Also with the understanding of divine versus arcane magic. And a bunch of other stuff. Oh... There are some interesting ideas that... That's an interesting one, Valxian. There are reasons why I'm not going to talk about that particular idea at the moment. Because there are people who... I don't want to give spoilers away of things that might happen. Absorb... elements. Yeah, it is almost 1 a.m. I should be getting ready to go. Good night, Hawk. It is... What is it? It is... It doesn't matter. what it is. It is an abjuration. There we go. Casting time. It is a reaction. It is range is self. It is only somatic components, not target is self. Why is this like one of those? It is not concentration, it is duration is 1 round. And it is wisdom. Becomes 1d6 damage of whatever you rest into. It's nearly, oh, it's 5 a.m. Oh, it's only 4 hours different. Oh, I was doing math to the wrong place. You had some nap during stream? That's fine, Prax. That's fine time. It's just me. I see what you did there, Vlaxion. I see what you did there. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's the wrong spell. It's, oh, no, wait. That's a spell that she just gets because I'm so mad that they changed, like we were talking earlier about things that I don't like about the change from previous editions. I don't like what they did with protection from evil, and I think that was not good. It doesn't do a lot. Touch. It kind of nerfed the spell in the worst possible way. Target one willing creature. And in a way that really doesn't make sense. It is concentration. The pun counter should be gun. I see Voxion is embracing the puns, and I support this. Wisdom, duration constant up to 10 minutes. It used to be a nice, much more powerful spell, and I feel bad that it is not. Snare, here we go. That's not what I wanted to do. Snare. Oh yes. There we go. Abjuration. Or, it's not an abjuration spell. Oh, it is an abjuration spell. Lots of abjuration spells for rangers. Casting time. Casting time is a minute? Oh yeah, because it's a prep spell. Range, touch, target, ground, somatic, duration, 8 hours, wisdom. Copy. Paste. Ranger. I don't like nerfs in general. Like all Yuan-Ti had going for them was poison immunity, without. I mean, it was there are other poison resistant races and there are other things, but there are some. How many? I get 3. Right? No, 4 spell slots. 3 and 2. Can I edit this? Nope, I can't change that. That's really sad that this is a spellcasting NPC that you're basing on a ranger, but you can't get rid of the fact that it's preset for wizards or clerics. That's very upsetting. Cordon of arrows. I want one that considers medium rare chickexin with mild mushrooms in a nightshade berry sauce. Good meal, dang it. I mean, I think so. There are plenty of Cordon of arrows is a 2nd level transmutation spell. Transmutation. Casting time. 1 action. Like the casting time of the spell. Range. 5 feet. Yeah. I figured you meant chicken. 8 hours. 4 or more arrows or bolts. It is not concentration. It is wisdom. Paste. Alright, so they make a dexterity saving throw. It is... Oh, thank you for that subscription, Valxion. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Time, for gifting that subscription to Valxion. You are a wonderful time of gifts. As you always are. It is technically an attack because it does not. It is a saving throw, is a dexterity save, and effect 1d. Take 1d6 damage of piercing. I think that's how that looks. Higher level cast. When you cast a spell using a spell slot of 3rd level or higher, the amount of ammunition that can be affected. Oh, you can add more ammunition. Yes, you'll be welcome in here. Lots of people. Coldrake is our usual pun king. I do not know where they have gone. They may still be here, they may not. Alright, so let's see if I built this spell card correctly. Okay, so spell save is DC 13. No, that's not the spell save DC. The spell save DC is 3. So let's try that. Let's try this again. DC 16 and only 1 piercing. Okay, there we go. Also spinner of lyrics. Yep, that is true. Alright, so now we add protection from... We add... Yeah, there we go. I can make this much easier to read. Add protection from arrow. That wasn't what I wanted. Protection from poison. And it is a action. Also abjuration. 1 action, and its range is touch, and its duration is target one creature. It doesn't have to be willing, it just be one creature. It is verbal and somatic. It is non-material. It is not concentration. Its duration is 1 hour. Spellcasting ability, wisdom. Copy. Paste. Ranger. Spell. Go on. There we go. I can add silence. Yes. Silence is a wonderful spell. I love casting silence. It is one of my favorite things to do to mess with casters. And as both a player and as a GM. 120-foot range and a 20-foot sphere. It is a 20-foot range, 120 feet. Its target is a 20-foot sphere. It is also only verbal and somatic. It is not concentration. It is concentration. And its duration is up to 10 minutes. Wisdom. But it doesn't matter because once you cast it, they are screwed. Oh, look, here's Colddrake. We were talking about you just a second ago. I'm assuming you heard us. It's a nice spell, just if you have limited slots, it's a flip a coin available. Yeah. If you don't have counterspell, because you're a, you know, ranger, then, you know, Zone of Truth is an enchantment. Its casting time is 1 action. 60 feet. 15-foot sphere. Yes, Lysander, some do. There are some rules for yes, some for no. I say that whatever language you speak is the vote. Like, I'm fudge on verbal versus and somatic components. Mustang's art. Sarah from Mustang's art. She did a supplement for, you know, she did the combat wheelchair, but she also did a supplement for D&D about disabilities in general, and she talked specifically about doing sign language for your casting language. It is not a concentration. Its duration is 10 minutes. Your wisdom, it's an attack. It is a none. It is not actually an attack. It is saving throw. It is a charisma saving throw, and that is that. Yeah, I don't know where that particular supplement she did is. But I know she did one. Alright, so that's all the 3rd level spells, and then 2nd level spells, and then 3rd level, we have... I keep doing that, hitting the wrong button. Alright, Magic Circle, which is one of those spells that's just like, okay, you have it. And theoretically it should be a good spell. It's awkward. So for a casting time of 1 minute, hello Jer, welcome in. How you doing? Yeah, so some of them are not about language so much as noise, so you could have a verbal, no, though it's technically a verbal component. It's not a vocal component, it's a verbal component, so like the power word, kind of thing. I'm doing okay. We're building some NPCs. Range 10 feet, and then it's also a 10-foot sphere, or 10-foot cylinder. Cylinder. I can't spell in any language. Cylinder. Alright. And, you know, there are a lot of different things that kind of exist with this. I have things about, the way 1 hour, wisdom in, no, yeah, okay, it's not an attack. Yeah, but that's like a little bit different than verbal components. I'm pretty sure Thunderclap is just somatic anyways. Magic Circle. Yeah, and so here's the thing. Magic Circle is a spell. It takes you 1 minute to cast, and it lasts for an hour. You cast a 10-foot radius, 20-foot tall cylinder, which is not the same as what they actually... And it's a 10-foot of magical energy centered on a point on the ground that you can see within the range. So your range is 10 feet, but your cylinder is 10 feet in radius. It's a little weird. Choose one or more of the following types of creatures, celestial, elementals, whatever. Can't enter willingly. Enter the cylinder by non-magical means if the creature tries to do so. Creature has disadvantage on attack rolls against targets within the cylinder. I mean, it's almost a wall, but it's awkward. See, this is why the verbal component versus is a point that they make. Non-detection. Because you're right, Coldrake. Most Coldrake posts from the Forgotten Realms wiki. Most spells require the caster to complete a spoken incantation in a clear, powerful voice, being gagged or magically silenced to prevent one from casting such a spell. The spoken words of arcane spells somehow affect the weave directly, while those spoken by divine magic casters were expressions of faith to their deities. Yeah, Magic Circle is weird in that it's supposed to be like Witcher's Dome of Protection, but it doesn't protect as well. And I don't know that you would actually... Because you can't use it in combat because it's a 1 minute casting time. Like, you can set it up beforehand, but it doesn't have that very long a duration. It's very weird. Casting time, 1 action as I work on non-detection. Its range is touch. It is not concentration, and it lasts for 8 hours. wisdom saving. And for the duration, you hide a target from touch from divine magic. Target can be a willing creature, a place, or an object no larger than 10 feet in any dimension. The target can't be targeted by any divination magic or perceived through magical scrying sensors. Or, you know, just they can't spy on them. And you cast this, you know, look, cast this once every 8 hours. You're good. King. Yeah, it's like Leomund's tiny hut is somatic and verbal. Alright, so that is... I should see if I... Wait, that's not right. Hold on. Alright, so... This is for the triggering damage type until the start of your next turn. The spell captures some of the incoming energy, lessening its effect on you and storing it for your next melee attack. You have resistance also the first time you hit with a melee attack. Okay. I'm going to say that she can use it on her melee or ranged attacks because she is a very unique individual creature being. Alright, so now we have built Shield Lord Adama, Queen Zakia. The last major NPC we should build is King Kalfani. However, it is 1:15 in the morning and I'm a little tired. I'm not gonna lie. I'm feeling the end of the day. I'm feeling like it's the end of the day. I mean, we've been going for over 5 hours. He's a little bit different than that, Jer, but you're right. Yeah, I feel like this is a good place to end because we've just finished Queen Zakia. And then perhaps the next time we do one of these, I'll pick up with some other people. Based on the last Twitter poll, Team Night won, so it will be a Saturday evening game after we finish Mechton, which is in the near future, hopefully. Been some scheduling conflicts and people have been unwell the last couple weeks. So that's why we haven't had Mechton in the past couple weeks. But we'll fix that. It will happen. We will be happily making getting back to some Mechton in the near future. Until then, however, I have been your friendly neighborhood Prax. Thank you for chilling with me and doing some GM prep with me and helping me do some world building. I myself, we do not have Witcher tomorrow because it's the holiday weekend, so I'm doing family holiday weekend stuff. But we will be back on Wednesday for the second episode of our new Zweihander campaign, The Long Retreat, GM'd by the wonderful Tom Grant. Episode 1 will be going up on the YouTube, which, by the way, hey, it has a YouTube in the near future. And not tomorrow, but a week from tomorrow, that Sunday, will be the finale for Witcher Roads Home Season 3. So, I just feel like there is going to be things that happen. Things happened on the road. Lots of choices were made. It could happen. But until next time, everybody, I thank you all for being here. Pay attention to my Twitter, because that's where I post where I'm going to be and when I go live. Or just, follow the channel, because those will help you with your notifications. That's a thing. That also helps. But we should see if we could raid anybody tonight. And will Joe let me raid? Yep, we're gonna go raid Little Cup of Joe. Have yourselves a good night, everybody. Bye-bye.